Hi, welcome back guys. This is your sensei, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What if Naruto had the Osmosis ability? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Naruto. Yumino Irika called impatiently from atop the Hokage monument. Haven't you finished yet? Almost done, sensei. The orange-clad kid shouted from where he dangled in front of the carved faces of the most powerful ninja in the history of Konoha. Just wait for a minute. You said that 3 times already. The following sigh could be heard even from right in front of the yandame's chin. I thought the incentive of free ramen would have made you clean everything up in an instant. Guess you're not that interested in it, after all? Don't you dare go back on your word, was the angry and slightly panicked reply. You said it would be free ramen, and free ramen will be. Okay. The scarred Chunin muttered before raising his voice again. Just hurry up. The boy too muttered something, but more because of irritation than anything else. The Kyuubi no Yuko looked on in a somewhat bewildered state as his host's hand scratched and rubbed at the green surface in front of him with relentless fierceness. The initial feeling of excitement was already starting to wear off as he observed the boy's continued actions. He really felt like an idiot now, standing so stiffly and listening to his fast heartbeat like a little girl in front of her crush, but in reality, among the two of them, the idiot was Uzumaki Naruto. Damn it! The boy swore loudly. He stopped for a moment, panting slightly, before resuming his activity with renewed vigor. What is it? Yumino Irika asked him, having heard his student's frustration. The little kid stopped again, looking up at his sensei. I cleaned up these stupid faces through and through, but it's this demon stain, he whined, the rag in his hand moving left and right. It just doesn't go away. Really? The ninja said curiously, and the Kyuubi could easily picture him scratching the scar on his nose. Let's see then. A couple of seconds later, the academy teacher had climbed down the rope and landed next to Naruto, joining him on the small platform suspended in the air, right in front of the 4th Hokage's chin. Now look, the blonde wannabe ninja started. I dipped this into the bucket full of soap, he said while demonstrating with his worn rag. Then I wring it out just like you told me, he continued almost accusingly as he did so. I rub at the dirty area, and nothing happens. The green stain is still there. He looked almost proud of it for a moment before remembering that he actually should have felt irritated. The green stain was the thing keeping him away from free ramen, after all, so scratch irritated. He should have been furious. Naruto, Irika started, partially distracting him from his angry thoughts. Just what are you talking about? The boy replied intelligently. What are you talking about? The Chunin repeated with a puzzled expression. There is no stain there. Naruto stared at him for a couple of seconds before turning towards the yandame's chin again. What am I talking about? He asked frowning. What are you talking about? Can't you see this round green thing here? The man furrowed his brow in confusion and for about 2 or 3 seconds he really peered at what Naruto's finger was pointing. Then he shook his head and turned towards his problematic student again. What kind of prank is this? Do you really believe you can convince me I'm becoming colorblinded? At his words, the blonde kid raised a menacing fist in the air. Do you really believe you can convince me there is no stain there? But there is no stain there. Irika exclaimed while patting the stone as if that served to prove his words. Just some kind of circular crack on the stone, probably the doing of a troublemaker like you. Bah! I would never do that. Naruto snorted. A crack in the yandame's chin, what prank would that be? And by the way, what you just touched was green. Green? He said the word very slowly as if speaking to a slow child, and a vein on the man's forehead started to bulge a little in response. Whatever, the ninja dismissed with a wave of his hand. I think we're finished here. It's already late and tomorrow the Genin exam you have to take part in will take place. If you want to come with me, I'm going to Ichiraku now. He shook his head after that and started climbing up again towards the top of the Hokage monument, mumbling something about idiotic pranks as he did. Naruto's eyes sparked with happiness. Yes, he shouted, glancing once at the green stain in front of him. But if the Hokage scolds me about that broccoli ball on his predecessor's face, I'm telling on you. Drop it, was the annoyed shout coming from above, and the boy easily complied, thoughts about steaming cups of ramen already filling his mind. The Kyuubi could only shake his head at the surreal scene that had just played in front of him. He wondered not for the first time if the blonde Hokage who had defeated him almost 12 years before had actually searched through all the shinobi lands in order to find the most thick-headed, unobservant baby on Earth to act as his host. He watched as the boy rearranged everything he had on the small platform, a content smile on his face and a skip to his step, and for a moment, the bijou didn't know what to do. Was he really going to let this chance pass by without doing anything? This was the first time the blonde kid had come so close to one of those, and it sure seemed such waste of an opportunity to just let him walk away as if it didn't matter. It would be so easy, just a word and everything would be finally set in motion. His plan for freedom. The temptation was strong, but so were the risks to just ruin it all. Knowing the boy, if he contacted him now, he would immediately alert his teacher by doing something stupid like babbling aloud like a moron. It was a small miracle the argument about the green stain hadn't led to anything bad. He guessed that Naruto's stupidity and prank obsession had turned to his advantage in this particular instance. He sighed tiredly as he slowly curled back up inside his cage, tail swinging uneasily for a little while before finally settling on the damp ground. No, he decided. He just had to wait a little more. Wait for a better chance. He idly followed his host's actions while the Chunin got ready to bring up the small platform. He was wondering just how long he would have to wait, when he caught the boy's curious look lingering on the yandame's chin and on the mysterious stain on it. The Kyuubi couldn't help but grin a little. Maybe it wouldn't be very long. It was a cool and humid night of autumn and Konohamaru was still and quiet. Not a soul could be seen walking through the streets of the village, and only a few houses were lit up by the still awake people inhabiting them. Of course, being Konoha a ninja village, the most activity was probably taking place in the shadows rather than in plain sight. And it was in the shadows that Uzumaki Naruto was moving now. It was almost second nature to him, having developed impressive sneaky skills in order to avoid being caught immediately after one of his pranks. He slipped silently from one dark corner to another without really needing to. It wasn't like he was about to do anything secret after all, but throughout his life he had learned that it was less trouble this way. When he finally reached his destination, he started making his way on it. Climbing the Hokage monument was a tricky business, but that too had become second nature to him. He passed enough time on top of it to know every possible route like the back of his hand, and that night he easily took the one that provided him both secrecy and silence. When he reached the top, he carefully descended its front through the yandame's hair before finally managing to secure his balance thanks to its nose. Its nostrils were the perfect place to put his feet, and he did so, panting a little, both because of the effort and because of the anxiousness. He looked at the street below and gulped in seeing how far away it seemed to be. He licked his lips lightly before awkwardly resuming his descent. Needless to say, the Kyuubi was extremely excited. He watched with avid interest as the boy landed on a comfortable enough spot right on the yandame's left and proceeded to secure his position. The demon fox couldn't stop his tails from wagging all around with tremendous speed. It was starting. Finally. After making sure that he was standing safely on a solid surface and that his feet wouldn't suddenly slip, Naruto raised his blue eyes again and pointed them curiously at the spot he was interested in. The green stain was still there, much to his satisfaction. He wasn't imagining things then. He brought his left hand to it and slowly brushed it with his fingers, noticing how it felt slightly different than the rest of the mountain. It was very smooth, not nubby at all, and warm despite the chilly air. He wondered if Irika had lied about it or if he really couldn't see it. Well, that wasn't exact. The scarred Chunin had seen it well enough, considering he had talked about the circular crack Naruto was touching at the very moment. He just hadn't realized that the part within that crack wasn't a dull gray like the rest of the yandame's face, but a deep green. Maybe the man was really colorblind. Or green blind. Maybe that had been some kind of prank, though a questionable one at that. Or maybe I'm the only one who can see it's green, he mumbled, amused at the idea. The Kyuubi thought for a moment before finally making up his mind. Not really, he told Naruto, startling him badly. Wah! The boy withdrew his hand immediately and almost lost his balance, risking to fall because of the sudden forcefulness of his movement. The stain talks, he exclaimed, pointing at it. The demon fox rolled his eyes, though he was tempted to just go along with Naruto's idiotic idea for a while. First, he said instead, that is not a stain. And second, I am not the stain. The orange-clad kid looked around agitated before demanding, Who are you then? His eyes widened like discs a second later when he looked up at the carved face of the fourth Hokage. The yandame? No, Naruto. I'm not the yandame, the bijou replied before amending. Although he's with me right now. Sorta. What? The blonde looked around excitedly again. Are you the Nidame? No. The Shodai then? No, I'm Dash. You can't possibly be the Sandame? If you would just let me dash. Oh, I know. You're just a wild spirit, right? Shut up, the Kyuubi shouted, now exasperated. When the boy thankfully closed his mouth, the bijou could have admitted that yes, he was, after all, a wild spirit of sorts, but he wanted to stop the guesswork game, which was starting to annoy him a lot. He had better ways to waste his precious time, anyway. Listen carefully, kid, and try not to freak out, he said seriously, rolling his eyes at Naruto's pouting. I'm the Kyuubi no Yuko and I'm currently imprisoned inside of you. At those words, Naruto blinked his eyes repeatedly before expressing his opinion on the matter. The demon fox tried a different approach. Do you remember Irika's lesson about the yandame? He asked. You usually listen to the lectures when they're about the Hokage. Naruto nodded confusedly, still looking up and down in search of the source of the voice. Irika told you that the yandame died after killing the Nine Tails, but that wasn't the truth, the Kyuubi pressed on in a grim tone. The yandame died after sealing him away. After sealing him, inside of you. What? Me? The blonde's brain was starting to work normally again, which wasn't saying much in the bijou's opinion. What are you talking about? I think I would know if a huge fox lived inside my body. More like behind your navel, actually, but it doesn't really matter. Naruto's curious look made him hesitate. What? The wannabe ninja brought his hand down to his stomach. Are you the one who makes those fluffy little ball? The bijou snorted at the joke before realizing the boy hadn't meant it as one. No, I'm not, he replied quite indignantly. Well, Naruto grumbled, shrugging. That would have explained it. The demon fox sighed irritably but strategically reined on his temper. In the following silence, he studied his host's expressions intently. You still don't believe me, he stated simply, and the boy frowned. It's not that I don't believe you. No, you're right. I don't believe you. The Kyuubi rolled his eyes. Fine. Why don't you ask the Hokage? Ojaizen knows? Naruto asked, shocked. Of course he knows. Everyone does. He tried to keep an unconcerned voice as he said the next words. Why do you think everyone hates you? It took him a couple of seconds, but then Naruto's mind finally elaborated this additional piece of news. It's you. It's your fault, he shouted, pointing at. It's not my fault. It's because of me, that's different, the bijou corrected. It's not different. Naruto continued stubbornly. They hate me. Because you're living in my navel among my fluffy ball. The demon fox snorted. And whose fault is that? The boy opened his mouth to vent again before closing it forcefully. He then glared upwards at the yandame's carved face. You be yesterday, he shouted, pointing again. I hate you. I'll make sure to pass on the message when I see him, the Kyuubi said blandly. Although I wasn't referring to him either when I asked who was to blame. Just like with me, the whole situation is because of him, but it's not his fault. Who then? Naruto simply asked. Even he was getting tired of guessing wildly about all the mysteries of the day. The villagers, of course, the bijou said nonchalantly. They hate you because I am inside of you. How stupid is that? He observed as the boy thought about it for a moment before continuing. They probably fear you're actually me, or you will become eventually, but we both know that is not true. Somewhere deep inside, I'm fairly certain they know that too. Naruto was starting to appear convinced by the argument as he nodded his head. Then his expression became serious all of a sudden. "It doesn't matter, anyway," he said with resolution, and the Kyuubi quieted at the look in his eyes. "I don't care why they hate me, and I don't care if it's their fault. When I'll become the best Hokage in Konoha's history, everything will change. They'll surely acknowledge my strength then, and they won't hate me anymore." He moved his thumb at his own chest and smiled slightly. "Believe it?" The Kyuubi stared for a moment before shaking his head in amusement. He had suspected it, really. 12 years of constant vigilance over the boy had left the bijou with a pretty accurate outline of his personality, and he knew the boy was practically unable to hold a grudge. Especially now, after the scarred Chunin's lecture about the importance and the role of Hokage, he knew Naruto would have never been able to hate the villagers for how they treated him. Sure, if he had put his mind to the task, the demon fox could have manipulated him subtly enough to actually make him bitter or slightly resentful towards Konoha, but that was it. Naruto was just too big of a naive idiot. That said, the Kyuubi had no intention whatsoever to turn his host against the village. That would be against his own interests. He needed Naruto to be strong, and alienating him from those who would help him with that wasn't such a great idea. The academy teachers were proof enough of that already, having practically sabotaged his ninja education to an extent, Umino Irika excluded. He just hoped the boy would pass the incoming Genin exam and finally meet a real sensei willing to teach him for real. That was essential to his plan. "I believe it," the Kyuubi said after a long silence. "And I'll help you." "Really?" the boy asked hopefully, and he really seemed happy about it. "Would you do that?" "I'm bored anyway." "Gee, thanks." Naruto replied, now less enthusiastic. "What kind of help can you give me anyway?" The bijou huffed in contempt. "That would bring us back to the stain, as you called it." He watched as the wannabe ninja furrowed his brow and stared at the yandame's chin hard. "Take out a kunai." As the boy chiseled around their objective, whining about desecrating the Hokage monument, again, in the meantime, the Kyuubi couldn't help but grin a little. Finally, he thought for the umpteenth time that day, and this time, it was the real thing. "Try it now." At those words whispered to his mind, Uzumaki Naruto took a deep breath and a step forward. He looked down with a scrunched-up face for a moment before raising the stone held between his fingers. It was instantaneous. As soon as he had reached out with his right hand, a green circle of light flashed all around him, and then thunder rumbled powerfully ahead before a bolt of lightning took life from it and came crashing down on the ground. Every hair in his body stood up on end for more than one reason as he observed the blackened spot where the jutsu had just struck. Around it in a circle, green grass had caught on fire and was lazily burning down to ashes. "Holy shit!" Naruto shouted. "Yeah, I know," was the Kyuubi's smug reply. "Still think I can't be of any help from inside here?" Things were going pretty well, if the bijou could say so. He had taken the boy to an isolated corner of Konoha's forest and urged him to try out the attack without even explaining what it did beforehand. Not that even he himself knew what would have happened. It was a success, though, judging by the blonde's excited reaction. "I'm taking back everything bad I've ever said about you," Naruto said animatedly. "That was so cool." "It was, wasn't it? Just, what is this thing?" the boy asked, looking at the stone in his hands with wide eyes. It was a perfectly round sphere, large enough to fit in his small palm precisely, and smooth, so very smooth it reminded him of that velvet cloth he had stolen that one time from that fine store near the Hokage Tower. It was also kind of warm, more so now that it had somehow unleashed its amazing power, and its normally green color was now specked with tiny, electrical blue bolts slithering about under its surface. Naruto continued to look entranced at it while the Kyuubi answered him. "It's the physical form my chakra took after I blasted it out in my final battle against the yandame," he explained. "You remember what chakra is, right?" It's the thing you use for a jutsu, isn't it?" he asked distractedly while inspecting the stone gleaming in the moonlight. "Yes, Naruto," the bijou said as calmly as possible. "But technically it's the perfect fusion between the two kinds of energy everyone possesses, as in to say physical and spiritual energy. When you ninja channel it through seals, you perform a jutsu. He made a slight pause in order to see if the idiot had questions before continuing. Now, what you're holding is raw, crystallized chakra. My chakra. This concentration in particular had probably a lightning affinity considering what we've just seen, but I spat out a large quantity of it before being imprisoned here. And this is just a tiny, infinitesimal part of it. Naruto, who had miraculously been able to follow the Kyuubi's explanation, thought about it for a moment before speaking up. So you're saying there are more of these things? And that they have different powers? Exactly, the demon fox whispered alluringly before letting out a growl. But stop calling them things. They'll get offended. Again at Naruto rolling his eyes. I call them materia. Materia? Naruto repeated while trying to contain a laugh and failing. That's, he started, but had to stop to laugh some more. That's what a tracking expert ninja called dog poop during a lesson last year. I know, I was there too, wasn't I? The bijou said irritably to the still laughing child, remembering how he had been surprised when that supposed track expert had decided that sheet, crap and poop couldn't be used in front of children. The ninja, who was as awkward as you get with kids, had made a short pause in search of a good term and just had to come up with materia. Stupid BSTRD. Anyway, as I was saying, there should be many more materia all around the world and they should be, would you stop laughing? Sorry, Naruto apologized, still guffawing. It's just that in class we joked about that for weeks. It's hard to take it seriously now that you brought that up again. I hoped you had forgotten about that, but I should have known better. So, Naruto resumed, still giggling a little. Where are all these materia? I don't know. Exactly. What does that mean? The boy asked, puzzled. You don't know. I don't know exactly, the Kyuubi repeated. When I let out that powerful blast of raw chakra, it parted into hundreds, maybe thousands smaller pieces and they flew randomly in every direction. It wasn't like I planned this whole thing when I launched my last attack, he lied. But they're still part of me. You see, I am chakra. There was silence for a long moment. Aren't you a fox? The bijou sighed at the idiot. I took the appearances of a fox a long time ago, but what I am, in substance, is a huge concentration of spiritual and physical energy. I'm chakra, and materia is chakra as well, and my own to boot. I can feel their presence, so I know their location. More or less. And you should be able to sense them too. Me? Yes. The fact you can see its color while the Chunin teacher can't is no coincidence. The bijou explained as Naruto peered down at the stone with a pensive expression. Did you feel anything strange when you took the materia for the first time? Naruto thought back to when he was finally able to extract the small object from the yandame's chin. No, I don't think so. But you felt something when you used it, right? Do you feel it now? The boy squeezed his eyes shut and scrunched up his face in concentration. Yeah, I think I do, he said after a moment of silence. It's like, I don't know, like having something on the tip of my tongue. Literally or dash. No, I mean, Naruto frowned slightly as he tried to explain himself. It's like almost remembering something. The Kyuubi said non-committally. Whatever works, I guess. Anyway, try and leave the materia in this clearing while you step away. Let's see if you can sense it. The boy did as he was told, and much to his surprise he did feel something, almost a pull, towards the place he had just left. When he eventually closed his fingers on the green sphere again, the previously described sensation of recollection came back to him, effectively proving the demon right. See? You're able to sense it, like I thought, he reiterated. Now, can you feel a pull towards some other place? Can you feel some other materia around? Naruto remained silent for many seconds this time around. Nothing, I feel nothing, he then said with a shrug. Does that mean there's no other materia nearby? Not necessarily. It could mean that you still are not very well versed in sensing them. The bijou decided to lie after a moment of deliberation. That said, there aren't other materia nearby indeed. Unfortunately, it appears that almost all of them were sent far away from where they had started. The one you hold was probably destined to fall much further, but the Hokage monument must have stopped its flight thanks to its height. Ah, this is 6. Naruto whined. This means I won't be able to reach them. You will, though, once you become a genin and are sent out of the village for missions. Right? The blonde cheered. Tomorrow I will finally make genin. Not if your exam goes as the previous two. The Kyuubi pointed out. It won't. Naruto pouted at the materia in his hands. The sphere had reverted back to its original appearances, no longer adorned with bolts of lightning just under its surface. It had also lost some of its warmth while it remained fascinatingly smooth. It won't with this thing. Electrocuting your taijutsu examiner or burning to ashes your written test won't give you any points, as much as you'd like that, the fox said derisively. I also don't think the academy proctors will ask you and your fellow 12-year-old students to perform a lightning jutsu in the ninjutsu portion of the exam. They will likely ask a henge, a kawarimi, or a bunshin. Well, there's no problem with those. Naruto bragged, pointing at his chest. I can kawarimi faster than wind, and I can show my perfect oiroke no jutsu if it comes down to henge. I'll make Irika always remember about the worst nosebleeding of his whole life. What about the bunshin? The bijou asked. Naruto hesitated for a moment before shrugging. I'll think about something. Yeah, right. The following snort earned the Kyuubi a glare from the boy, via materia, of course. Well, there's nothing I can do for you about that. Your clone's really SCK. We can only hope we won't be asked the bunshin tomorrow. The glare intensified, but he ignored it. Now, why don't you give the lightning materia another go? Naruto smiled eagerly at that, soon forgetting about his everyday annoyances. He was in for a fun night. Naruto stood in the middle of the clearing with a large smile on his face. In front of him, a perfect copy of himself grinned back with a happy expression. I did it. Both of them cheered, jumping enthusiastically. The real Naruto took the other's arms and launched him in the air. He then was subjected to the same treatment. The Kage Bunshin no Jutsu was such a cool skill. And it was even easier than the normal Bunshin no Jutsu. It had taken him less than a day to learn it, while he still couldn't manage a normal, incorporeal clone after more than 2 years of practice. The Kyuubi was thinking about the same thing in the meantime, but he was more surprised than pleased. What the hell? Naruto stopped his joyous dance long enough to brag at his prisoner. I told you I could do it, he shouted. I'm awesome. The bijou was still too stunned to answer. This shouldn't be possible, he thought for the umpteenth time in the last minute. How could this be possible? Naruto, he suddenly called, almost struck by an epiphany. Reread the explanation for a second, would you? The blonde ordered his copy to fetch the forbidden scroll lying on the ground nearby, and the Kage Bunshin did that while jumping and backflipping like an idiot. He brought it back after another round of clowning, and the large scroll was soon in the original's hands. After a couple of seconds, the Kyuubi finally managed to convince Naruto to take a look at it. What's the point of this, anyway? The boy asked eventually, annoyed by the other's persistence. He dutifully let his eyes wander through the scroll, though, because if not, his tenant couldn't see it. I already learnt it. The fox didn't say anything for some seconds before finally nodding his head. I see, he murmured. What? I see why you were able to learn it despite it being 100 times more difficult and demanding than the Bunshin no Jutsu, he explained. And I see why you just can't manage the latter. And why is that? Naruto asked with interest. The Bunshin no Jutsu had, no earlier than the previous morning, made him fail for the 3rd time straight the conventional Genin exam. And although he was now going to be Genin anyway, having passed the special test Mizuki-sensei had told him about, he still wanted to know what he did wrong. It's because you always overpowered it, the bijou stated. To create a normal clone, you have to use roughly 1/100th of the chakra needed to create a shadow clone. So if you were able to create one of the latter, it means you have such a large quantity of energy. Doesn't anyone? Naruto asked with confusion. No, and this is why I previously told you couldn't possibly be able to learn the Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, the demon fox exclaimed excitedly. No kid your age has the amount of chakra necessary. So I have loads of chakra. Naruto shouted jovially, high-fiving his confused clone. I'm super cool. Yes. It's probably my doing though. I guess my presence inside of you must have enlarged your chakra coils or something. My chakra what? Chakra coils. It's where chakra flows inside one's body, the Kyuubi said distractedly. Oh. Maybe it's because of the chakra leaking out of the cage and through the seal, he murmured pensively. God knows how long I tried to stop it. But if I had known it would have this effect, I wouldn't have bothered. This could prove useful. The bijou went on this road of thinking in silence for the next few seconds. So the idiot was stronger than most already and had a chakra capacity far exceeding that of his peers. Just how far? Naruto, who had kept quiet in the meantime, he himself thinking about this new discovery, finally spoke up. How does this explain why I can't do a bunshin though? What? Oh, like I said, you most probably just overpower it, the fox answered, abandoning his line of thoughts. Since I'm apparently the only one who paid attention at the academy, I don't expect you to know this, but the more chakra you have, the more difficult it gets to control it. You mean I don't control how much power I use and I use too much for the bunshin no jutsu? The blonde asked confusedly. Wouldn't I end up with a super strong clone if that was the case? Mine ends up looking sick instead. No, the only way for you not to botch the jutsu up with that much energy would be to create a higher number of clones. Why don't you try while we're at it? Naruto mulled the idea in his head for a couple of seconds. You said a shadow clone needs 100 times the chakra of a normal one, right? So, do I create 100? That would be obvious, wouldn't it? Right. Naruto scrunched up his face in concentration and went about the motions he had spent so many hours in learning since his initial failures. This time, though, the jutsu was not a failure. Far from it. Wow. All around him now stood exact replicas of himself, looking stoic and expressionless as they moved about under his mental orders. So many already? The Kagebunshin asked with wide eyes. Then a clone went right past him as he tried to avoid another one. They're normal bunshin. Of course. Naruto looked at his corporeal copy with skeptic eyes. Weren't you listening to our conversation? Naruto. The other started, looking as if he was speaking to a slow child. You were talking to yourself. I wasn't, the original protested. I was talking to the fox. Oh. Well, I couldn't hear that. Wait a moment. The shadow clone tilted his head to a side while his eyes roamed about. Hey, there's no fox inside of me. Or at least he's not answering. Of course there isn't, the Kyuubi explained. With a shadow clone you make a perfect copy of yourself, but while I'm inside of you, I'm not part of you. You don't hold that kind of power over me, so you can't reproduce me. The original Naruto reported that to the clone. Well, that doesn't seem such a bad thing, the Kagebunshin offered before evidently realizing something. Sure enough, after snapping his fingers, he pulled something out of his pocket. But I have this. Both Naruto looked at the replica of the green sphere in the clone's hand and then the original added his own. Every object, weapons and clothes included, on the user's body are replicated with the jutsu for the duration of the clone itself, the Kyuubi quoted as he rolled his eyes. Really, if you would just bother reading the whole explanation on the scroll. Naruto looked sheepish at that while the Kagebunshin, distracted, had decided to try his own materia on the normal bunshin nearby. There was the by now familiar circle of green light around the caster and a bolt of lightning immediately struck down on the clones without, of course, hurting anyone. Only the ground was left blackened after the thunder had ended, while the incorporeal Narutos continued to roam about. Wow! The original whispered in awe. Neat, isn't it? The clone asked, turning to his creator. No, I mean yes. The real blonde wasn't even looking at the place where the bolt had fallen. His eyes were rooted to the materia in his hand, instead. You noticed, huh? The Kyuubi whispered conspiratorially. Another step towards his freedom had just been made and he couldn't help but grin. Naruto was nodding in the meantime with wide eyes. It got bigger, I'm sure of it, the blonde said. I was looking at it and saw it become larger. Only a little, I almost didn't notice. But I'm sure of it. Did you see it too? I didn't see anything, the Kagebunshin said right as the Kyuubi answered, of course I saw it. Why is that? The boy asked with wonder while the clone quieted down, finally understanding that the original was once again talking with the fox. Materia is sentient. Sentient? Yeah, it means it lives. Sorta. But it's just chakra. Naruto protested. So am I, and that doesn't stop me from talking and thinking. From living, the Bijou reasoned. Materia, of course, is not as complex as me, but it still has a conscience. So, does it just grow as time goes on? If that had been the case, you would have a hole 3 times as big on the Yandame's chin, now, the Kyuubi pointed out. So it grows whenever I use it. It's not that either, not exactly, the demon fox corrected, trying to think about a good way to explain it to the idiot. I said it's sentient, right? Then think about what makes you human grow, not physically, but spiritually. And what is that? Naruto asked curiously. Mainly whatever new experience you have, be it good or bad, the Kyuubi said. Materia grows just like that, mostly. This one in particular was used for the first time by a clone. I guess that should be considered a new experience. How large does it grow? Naruto asked excitedly. And does it get stronger the bigger it gets? I don't know that, the Kyuubi lied. I guess there's only one way to know. As if reading the demon's mind, Naruto turned immediately towards his shadow clone with a glint in his eyes. What? The Kage Bunshin asked, feeling a little uneasy. He managed to jump away to avoid taking the following bolt of lightning right on, but not enough to dodge it completely. Under the watchful gaze of both the original Naruto and the fox, the clone was dispelled and the materia enlarged. It didn't look more powerful to me, the remaining corporeal blonde said disappointedly. But on the plus side, it got bigger again, probably because you hit a real target with it for the first time, the Bijou said. And dispelling the clone ultimately proved that I cannot be replicated. How did it prove that? Naruto asked, puzzled. I didn't get any memories from my hypothetic clone, so there was no clone. Memories? What memories? There was silence for a long second before the Kyuubi spoke up again. I get the fact you didn't read the whole explanation of the jutsu. He started calmly only to then raise his voice. But how the hell could you not notice the stream of memories flowing in your mind? Are you that thick-headed? Hey! Do you really not remember standing where your clone stood and doing what your clone did? Not even dodging that lightning. Well, now that you mention it. The fox sighed exasperatedly. The Kage Bunshin is much more than a normal Bunshin, and not only because it's corporeal and can hit enemies. If you had read the description till the end, you'd know it was meant to be a spy jutsu upon its creation. That's because once dispelled, the clone sends all his memories to the original. Do you get how useful is that? I bet perverts would love it, Naruto grumbled amusedly. They could send one to the hot springs without fearing to be discovered and hit. They would even want that probably. That's surprisingly a good comparison, the Kyuubi admitted. Think about it, but with an enemy camp instead of a hot spring. Or think about all those boring days at the academy. With this jutsu, you could have sent a clone to listen to lectures and lessons, while the real you trained at home or wandered around the village. Wow, Naruto whispered excitedly. This is even better than I thought. Going back to what we were discussing before this distraction, though, the Bijou resumed, the lightning wasn't any more powerful than the first time you used the materia, despite the latter being bigger. And if it doesn't get a bit more powerful every time it gets a bit bigger, then odds are it will make a greater upgrade once more experience has been piled up. What do you mean? The blonde asked, confused. I mean that if you use a materia enough, there will come a time when it will suddenly become much more powerful than it was before. Cool! Naruto cheered, staring at the green sphere. And when will it be? That I don't know. Naruto's grin didn't waver in the littlest. I hope a few hours will be enough because I want to show Irika both the Kage Bunshin and this, he said with a nod. And the more impressive the lightning, the better. About that, the fox said, effectively attracting the boy's attention. I don't think you should trust Mizuki's words about the so-called special test. What? The blonde asked, incredulous. Why? Well, it is suspicious at best. Why do you say that? Think about it, the Kyuubi urged. The test is about stealing something. That alone is odd already, but seeing as we're talking about ninja education here, it could be considered normal. But what is to steal here was something forbidden, and most of all belonging to the Hokage. No, Naruto protested, shaking his head. Mizuki only wanted me to know something exciting to make Iruka pass me. Why didn't he just give you a scroll of his, then? Why didn't he teach you something? He shrugged his shoulders. Surely a Chunin-sensei has a suitable jutsu for a young genin, right? He wanted something more impressive, the blonde replied stubbornly. Yeah, right, the bijou agreed with a snort. Come on, Naruto. How naive can you be? Doubt started creeping into the boy's mind while his tenant continued. My guess is Mizuki used us to get his hands on the forbidden scroll. I definitely thought something was wrong from the very beginning, but it was only when I realized that even the old man didn't know anything that I understood it was all Mizuki's doing. That was why you told me not to go to the place he told me about, Naruto said quietly, finally getting it. And why you told me to run away from the Hokage's house as if someone was following me after one of my pranks. Yeah. Why didn't you tell me immediately? The Kyuubi shrugged his shoulders before realizing the idiot couldn't see that. I'm doing it now. They were quiet for a long time. Countless of bunshin continued to roam about the clearing, following the last order they had received. Naruto stayed still for another long minute before reaching for the forbidden scroll and rolling it. What are you going to do? The fox asked. Simple, Naruto said dead serious. I'm gonna go to the place Mizuki told me about and kick his butt. The bijou rolled his eyes at the stupidity of his human container. What makes you so certain you can? The fact that I'm said. The Kyuubi snorted. What makes you so certain the Hokage will believe you when you bring him the bloodied Mizuki, then? The fox pressed on lazily. It will be your word against his, after all. Naruto considered it for a moment before dismissing it. I'll make the BSD confess. The bijou just rolled his eyes with a tired sigh. If you'll let me, I have a better suggestion. What is it? The boy grudgingly asked. His original idea was admittedly starting to sound worse by the second. I suggest to make good use of the best skills you have, stealth and now Kage Bunshin. Naruto thought about it for a moment before giving up. And how do we do that? On his part, the Kyuubi started grinning wolfishly from inside his cage. I have a plan. Mizuki got back home tired and angry. It had been a long and difficult day, to say the least, and he was in desperate need of a shower and of a good night of sleep. The plan had not gone like he expected it to, and it was all the BSD demon's fault. As he thought this for the umpteenth time in the last day, he stumbled inside with a loud yawn and closed the door behind his back after switching the lights on. He immediately noticed that something was off. The door leading to the kitchen was not like he had left it, being almost completely closed instead of open, and there was a dim light coming from the room beyond. Mizuki stealthily made his way to the opening and pushed the wooden door just a little bit more before gasping. From behind the opened fridge, the head of Uzumaki Naruto snapped in his direction at the sound, peering at him with surprise. Oh, sensei, it's you, he shouted with a munched piece of cheese in hand. About time. I waited for you for ages. Mizuki calmed himself after an instant of shock and could only grit his teeth dangerously at the blonde. He had been here all this time, in his own house, and he lost so much time running all around the village. Almost a whole day of wild chase. The BSD had not gone where he had told him and couldn't be found anywhere. Dozens of shinobi and teams were sent on his tail, but no one had been able to find him. Finally, the Hokage had called the search off and assigned the task of bringing both the boy and the scroll back to a single tracking team, and meanwhile, he had been... His fuming mind suddenly elaborated what it had just thought. The scroll, he whispered, and his eyes settled on the big object on the corner of the kitchen. He recognized it from all his study and research. The forbidden scroll. Yeah, I took it like you told me. Had to knock out the Hokage to do that, though. I hope Ojizen doesn't punish me for that, Naruto said with a wide smile. It dimmed though a second later. But I couldn't learn anything on it. It's so complicated. I thought you could give me a hand in reading all those kanji, though. Can you, sensei? As Naruto finished his plea, Mizuki burst out laughing. Oh my, he said excitedly. You brought it to my house. I hadn't hoped that much after the last day. Naruto's expression was puzzled. Sensei? The Chunin laughed again. After I waited for you in front of the house in the woods and you didn't show up, I had thought you had seen through my trick, Mizuki said, grinning like a madman. But now you're here. In my house. Trick? Naruto asked uncertainly, and the man snorted. Did you really think I would tell you to steal the forbidden scroll just to let you pass the Genin exam? Mizuki asked derisively. You're an idiot. I only used you to get my hands on it and put all the blame on you. He laughed again. You made me sweat for a moment, but you did a good job, demon. Whatever the Chunin expected, it wasn't for Naruto's confused expression to suddenly disappear. The blonde idiot then folded his arms slowly and raised an eyebrow. Don't you have enough now? He asked, looking to the left. Mizuki frowned slightly at that, and was about to say something when he suddenly sensed them. Ninja. His next scowl was slower to appear than the kunai in his hand. Instinctively, he did the best thing he could do in his current situation. He attacked the demon. The kunai had just left his hand when he felt a stinging pain on his neck and found himself completely paralyzed. He was able to smirk a little in satisfaction, though, at the helpless look on the brat's face as he watched death fly towards him. And then, another kunai appeared out of nowhere, hit Mizuki's with a loud clang and deflected its course. Both weapons embedded on the wall behind the blonde, one on each side of him. There was a moment of complete silence during which Mizuki's thoughts turned even more murderous. Wow! The demon then whispered in awe. That was so cool, Ambusen. Like, super fast. Two masked men entered Mizuki's field of vision, but there was no answer whatsoever from any one of them. The wonder in the kid's eyes didn't lessen in the slightest as he shrugged his shoulders with a smirk. Well, gotta go now. Naruto wanted to know about this meeting as soon as possible, the blonde said to the two Anbu before turning to the confused Mizuki. Well, thank you for the food, sensei. And for everything else. Bye. An instant later, the shadow clone disappeared with a puff of smoke, the forbidden scroll with him. Mizuki could only curse the demon brat inside his mind once again, while his captors advanced towards him. As soon as Naruto had blinked owlishly in front of him, Sarutobi Hiruzen, third Hokage of Konoha and god of shinobi, knew that the shadow clone had been dispersed and that its memories had passed to its master. And the following grin marking the boy's features told him also what kind of memories they were. And you are awesome, the blonde cheered, looking around at the two masked figures standing at his side. Mizuki-sensei practically didn't even have a chance. The Hokage puffed a cloud of smoke out, bringing the pipe down to his lap. I gather that all went according to plan, then? He asked the boy, continuing after his affirmative nod. Good. Now, while we wait for the ANBU to bring their report, what do you think of trying and explaining what happened since yesterday? I only know what you told me after you almost sneaked past my personal guard. That was impressive, by the way, especially considering the whole village was looking for you at the moment. When he saw the boy just smile at the praise, evidently pleased, Sarutobi's face got more serious. Now explain. Naruto squirmed a little on his seat, glancing self-consciously at the masked men in the room, and it only took a look for the Hokage to order them out of his office. Bear, he called, and one of the two Enbu stopped for a moment. Iruka-kun should be waiting outside. Tell him to handle Mizuki's report and whatever non-classified paper comes. The rest can wait. I don't want to be disturbed for the time being. Yes, Hokage-sama. The masked ninja nodded and then disappeared behind his fellow Anbu. The next thankful look on the boy's face made Sarutobi smile back, but that serene expression on his old features could only last so long. Because then Naruto started talking. It was like he had expected at first, the boy's words only confirming what he already thought. Mizuki had approached the boy after he had failed his Genin exam and had tricked him into stealing the forbidden scroll with the promise he would pass the special test if he could learn one of the jutsu in there. He had told Naruto where to go to train with it, so as to find him immediately after making sure everybody was blaming the boy and no one was after him. It was all very predictable, reassuringly so. The Hokage would think soon after, when the tale started derailing towards demon foxes speaking with their host and magical spheres of chakra. He could only stare back impassively at Naruto at the end of the report, his mind thinking furiously about the implications of what he had just been told. Naruto was in speaking terms with the Kyuubi no Yuko. That alone was mind-blowing. No one except Minato knew the exact functioning of the imprisoning seal, but Sarutobi had assumed that Jinchuriki and Bijou were two distinct beings not in contact with each other. The first 11 years of Naruto seemed enough proof of that. Instead, although there still was the possibility of the seal having been altered, it seemed like the demon had consciously kept his distance from the boy, only to then reveal himself and the truth when his host had stumbled upon one of those materia just 2 days before. And speaking about those mysterious weapons, Ojaizen, Naruto's voice effectively pulled him away from his thoughts. He had stood up at some point of his reasoning and had walked over to the window of his office, his gaze lingering on the Hokage monument. He sighed tiredly as he looked at his own carved face before turning around with a serious expression. "Naruto," he started, "is the Kyuubi listening right now?" The blonde waited a moment before nodding. "I need to ask him something," the Hokage said, not showing his hesitation. "I need to know why he contacted you." Naruto tilted his head to one side and then spoke after a long second. "To help, of course," the boy said simply, but it was clear he was quoting his inner prisoner. "Help Naruto?" Sarutobi asked, furrowing his brow. "Myself, mostly," he says, Naruto related with a perplexed frown. "What does that mean?" Another minute of silence followed before understanding descended on the young blonde's features. "Oh, he says he will die when I die, so he hopes he'll help with postponing that." The Hokage nodded, having already guessed that much. "He says he gave me a hand many times in the past by healing me and keeping me healthy despite atrocious conditions," the boy resumed, making a face at the end. "What does atrocious mean, Ojaizen?" "It means bad, Naruto," Sarutobi answered quietly. "Very bad." "Oh." The young blonde shrugged. "It wasn't so atrocious." That earned him a sad smile from the old man in front of him. "Anyway," he continued, "he says he didn't have to talk to me to help me at the time, but he was the only one who could have possibly explained me what materia was and how it worked, so he did." "I understand," the Hokage said, nodding, a little freaked out by the demon. "Loquaciousness. He also wanted me to become a genin and finally train for real, and he even—" Here the boy stopped abruptly and scowled harshly, most probably at his inner tenant. "Hey, I'm not like that. That's cheating." He was quiet for the next few seconds while his brow furrowed even more. "What does that mean? Cheating is kinda the point of being a ninja?" he shouted angrily. "It's not. Not mine anyway." And a second later, "Not yet, but I will ace the next exam for sure. I even learnt the Bunshin no Jutsu now." There was some more grumbling and then the boy went quiet again. Sarutobi, who had watched the little show with some uneasiness, finally managed to attract the blonde's attention. "What was all that about?" Naruto scowled. "The stupid fox wanted me to cheat at the exam," he grunted. "But I said no." "Care to explain?" The Hokage tried again, not much more informed than before. "He knew the answers to the written test, but I didn't want him to tell them to me. It just wasn't fair," Naruto murmured grumpily. "He bothered me the whole exam about it, and I swear I botched it because of all his nagging." The boy huffed irritably and continued pouting. The Sandaime, on his part, couldn't keep the smile off his face. "While I commend you for your great sense of rightness," he began with a soft voice, "it is true that as a ninja you will find yourself in situations where cheating is the only route available or simply the best one." Naruto shifted a little on his seat. "The Kyuubi says it is almost a job requirement," he said. "Something like it," Sarutobi agreed. The boy thought about it for a moment before evidently making up his mind. "I don't like it," he said simply. "And that," commented the Sandaime while his smile widened significantly, "says a lot of good things about you." This last argument. It had been unimportant, almost silly per se, but at the same time, it had told the old man something essential, something he needed to know. Uzumaki Naruto was still Uzumaki Naruto. Or at least, it seemed so. He had countless years of experience in the shinobi field to be reasonably sure that there was no deception in the boy's words and features. The demon fox didn't seem to be controlling or manipulating the young blonde in the slightest. It was such a relief. The Hokage had to admit that dangerous thought had crossed his mind upon hearing Naruto's story, and although he still couldn't rule out the possibility, it surely seemed far, far less plausible now. "Naruto," he started in a small voice, "how much in contact are you two?" Naruto asked, blinking quizzically. "He just talks with me, Ojaizen." "That so?" the Hokage insisted suspiciously. The blonde was about to say something else when he stopped, tilting his head to the side. "The Kyuubi says that he sees what I see and hears what I hear," the orange-clad kid explained. "He's aware of my whole body as well, although not as if it was his own. He says it's a strange feeling." There was a short pause and then Naruto continued. "But my mind is my own, and so it's my chakra. He doesn't have access to those." Sarutobi nodded. It made sense, being mind and chakra, at least partly, spiritual. Jinchuriki and Bijou shared the body, but nothing else. "I have another question for him," the Sandaime suddenly said. The Kyuubi had seemed to be open about everything for now, and it didn't hurt to ask. "Why are you telling me all this? Aren't you afraid I'd do something about it?" The orange-clad kid cleared his throat before quoting. "You say that as if I had a choice on the matter," he says. "Naruto is." The blonde stopped and pouted for a while before dutifully reporting what he was being told. "Naruto is a stubborn idiot. He wouldn't even listen to me when I tried to explain him why secrecy was the best route to take here." At this, the blonde scowled harshly, letting the Hokage know what his own opinion on the matter was. "Besides, what could you do, old man?" Sarutobi blinked a little at those words. Even through Naruto's voice, there was something strange in them. "I could always take this materia from him. I could even try to alter the seal in order to dash." He stopped, his eyes widening. "And maybe that's exactly what you're aiming at," he whispered in understanding. "You hope that me tinkering with it will give you a chance to escape. Something to exploit." The Hokage narrowed his eyes. "Is that so?" Naruto tilted his head to the side before speaking up again. "Then why did I wait this long before speaking to Naruto?" the blonde reported as the Sandaime frowned. "It would have made more sense for me to alert you immediately if I thought that plan could work. I make it no mystery to anyone, let alone Naruto, that if I could get out of this demon body at all, I would do it at once. But I also think you idiots are not idiotic enough to risk that so easily." At that point, the blonde boy had joined the Sandaime in the frowning, but continued talking nonetheless. "As for the materia, Naruto is a ninja, or would have been, probably, if he had listened to me during the exam." Another scowl. "It would make no sense for you to take a weapon, and such a useful one to boot, away from him. Unless I deemed it dangerous for the village," the Hokage pointed out. "Or for Naruto himself." Then, Naruto started, and it was almost like Sarutobi could hear the Kyuubi's smirk in the kid's voice. "I must probably be certain that you will not deem it dangerous. Be my guest, Sandaime. Take the materia and examine it to your heart's content. I have nothing to hide." The old man thought it over for a short moment before extending his hand. "May I see this so-called materia, Naruto?" he asked the boy directly, making it clear his conversation with the demon was over. The boy, a frown still on his face, quickly fished inside his pocket and produced a second later a plain round rock of small proportions. "Here, Ojaizen." The Sandaime took the sphere and examined it with all his senses. Well, he didn't taste it really, but he did everything else. And the result was nothing. The rock looked exactly that, just a simple rock. Gray, cool, coarse under his fingers. Even with his chakra senses he couldn't find anything unusual. "That's strange," he murmured. "Are you sure this is the materia?" The boy nodded, looking at him strangely. Sarutobi continued to turn the thing over in his hands for a while before finally making up his mind. He gave it back to Naruto. "It seems a normal stone to me." "Irika didn't notice anything either," the blonde admitted. "The fox says I'm the only one who can see it green, gleamy and all that. He says that it's because the materia's chakra and mine are similar. Similar to his." The Hokage nodded a little unconvinced. but he made a note to himself to send a Hyuga to check it out and see what came up. He could ask Kakashi as well. Who knew if his Sharingan could? And then the thought struck him. Kakashi. Of course. As Naruto yawned widely and blinked tears of tiredness out of his eyes, the wheels in the Sandame's head started turning furiously. Yes, he thought. It could work. Sarutobi looked at the boy in front of him and could not see anything else but a hyperactive blonde kid, now tired, though, and in need of acknowledgement. Not a demon or a monster. Just a kid. He chuckled a little. I've come to my decision, Naruto. As he said that, he opened a drawer on his side of the desk and pulled out a leaf head protector. He then put it on the wooden surface under the boy's widening eyes. This Hittite is yours, Genin Uzumaki Naruto. You earned it. Seeing as the blonde didn't seem to have the intention of doing anything, the Hokage spoke up again. Come on. Take it. At that point, Naruto quickly reached out with his hand and closed his fingers around it. Really? He asked excitedly before jumping high, pumping a fist in the air. Hell yeah. I'm a Genin. I'm awesome. He turned to the Sandame. You are awesome, Ojaizen. Sarutobi laughed heartily at that and waited for the boy to put the head protector on and eventually stop with his rightful celebration. After he had dutifully informed the young Genin about responsibility and privilege of being a shinobi of the leaf, the Hokage swiftly directed the conversation to another interesting topic that they had yet to handle fully. What followed was a long and serious talk about the Kyuubi, the law of secrecy regarding him and Naruto himself, and what to do about it. Naruto admitted he didn't find the situation as bad as the Sandame, but that he too preferred to keep the truth secret for the time being. Noticing Naruto yawning again, Sarutobi put all those matters aside for the time being. Well, it is time for you to take a rest, he said gently. Remember that tomorrow you will be taking the photo for the shinobi registration book. It will take place 2 floors underneath us. Yeah, you already told me, Ojaizen, Naruto said dismissingly, standing up and stretching contentedly. I won't be late. Sarutobi walked with him to the doors and opened them. I wasn't worried about that, he said. More about Dash. Naruto. Irika's voice interrupted them from the far corner of the room, where the Chunin was sitting at a desk and managing files and papers. He quickly abandoned them, though, in order to approach the blonde boy. Naruto, are you? The man started only to trail off at the sight of the head protector, wearing a Hittite? Yeah, the young ninja cheered. I'm a Genin now, sensei. At Irika's confused, although happy, look, the Hokage decided to speak up. You have already read the report, haven't you, Irika-kun? He asked with a smile. And don't you agree with me that what Naruto did, given the situation, was deserving of the title of Genin? Yeah. Naruto nodded his head repeatedly. I totally own Mizuki Baka. Plus, I learned a super cool new jutsu, together with the Bunshin no Jutsu. Take a look. And that said, he scrunched up his face in concentration and performed the familiar hand seals. Soon enough, the whole room was packed full of small excited Genin laughing and jumping excitedly around. Irika boggled at that but recovered as soon as he noticed how some of the incorporeal clones were making faces at the Hokage's back. After some initial difficulty, the Chunin managed to find the real Naruto and swat him on the head. He then proceeded to give him an earful under the amused look of the Sandame. A contented sigh escaped Sarutobi's lips as he watched the 2 young shinobi walk to the door and out of sight, Irika chiding Naruto and Naruto shrugging at him as they went. Bear, the Hokage called. Keep me up to date about Mizuki's situation. I want to know if there's anything else other than greediness behind what happened. Yes, Hokage-sama, was the prompt reply. The old man started going back to his office but stopped after a couple of steps. And please, get rid of all these bunshin, he said tiredly. All this orange is giving me a headache. Yes, Hokage-sama. When Yumino Irika and Uzumaki Naruto exited the Hokage Tower, the Chunin was still reprimanding the younger ninja with a lecturing tone. The Genin could have probably avoided that if he hadn't insisted so much about the fairness of free ramen in this situation. The older man was evidently of a different opinion, and he made sure to list all the reasons why to his young charge. And then, making faces at the Hokage. Irika was saying exasperatedly. What possessed you to do something like that is really beyond me. It's not polite to do that to anyone, but he is the leader of the village and the most respected person in Konoha. It's even your dream to be in his place someday. So doing that was really... Are you even listening to me? Naruto had stopped just outside the tower and had been left slightly behind by Irika, who had kept on walking. His eyes seemed rooted to the tall building in front of him, though his eyes wandered up and down it. Naruto. Ha! The boy spun around to face the Chunin. Sorry, what were you saying? Irika rolled his eyes at his often inattentive student. Nothing, he said eventually, sighing. Come on. I'll buy you ramen. But Naruto was no longer listening to him. His eyes had gone back to the tower and he was now blinking them repeatedly. What's the matter, Naruto? Irika asked with his brow furrowed. He then nudged him on the side, smiling slightly. Still green spots in your vision? Green spots? The Genin asked confusedly before remembering their conversation on the Hokage monument. Very slowly, a large grin appeared on Naruto's face as well. You can say that. There was silence for the next few seconds, then Naruto started walking again. So, you mentioned ramen, right? Irika snorted. You have good ears when you want to. While the two shinobi made their way towards Ichirok ramen stand, the Kyuubi no Yuko lazily stretched his limbs. You saw it, didn't you? He whispered amusedly. There was no evident answer on Naruto's part, but as far as the demon was concerned, there was no need. Uzumaki Naruto strolled casually down one of the many hallways of the Hokage Tower. He had already taken the photo for the shinobi registration book, the second, proper one according to Ojaizen, and could now concentrate his attention on what had been his top priority since the evening before. After a failed attempt in the dangerously crowded fourth floor, the young boy, recently appointed Genin by the Sandaime himself, had decided to pass to the fifth one and give his plan a try from there. Conveniently enough, in this new floor he had yet to encounter a single person, not considering, of course, the small brat following him. Naruto huffed in annoyance. Until that moment, he had tried to ignore the boy who said to be the old man's grandson, in order to avoid attracting attention on himself, but now that the hallway was desert, he decided he had had enough. Stop following me, he shouted, turning around and pointing. And you aren't fooling anyone with that. The Hokage's grandson got out of his cover with a smirk. Impressive to see through my cloak of invisibility technique. Naruto's sweat dropped. You were just hiding behind a wallpaper. This is a highly valuable disguise jutsu. The boy protested and the Genin snorted. Yeah, just like stalking and checking on me from a corner is the proper spying method, the blonde said. Please. It's easy for you to criticize. The old man's grandson grumbled, looking at the Hittite on the other's forehead. You're already a ninja. I have yet to enter the academy. Bah. At your age I was already running circles around the Imbu chasing me. Naruto said simply. The academy didn't teach me anything that I hadn't already known about sneakiness. The boy's eyes widened like discs at that. Really? He asked with awe on his face before a smirk came back to his lips. Hey, I'll make you my boss, he shouted then. And in exchange, please teach me the Oiroke no Jutsu which you defeated Gramps with. Naruto blinked his eyes a couple of times. Boss? When the boy just nodded, the blonde thought it over for a moment before accepting. All right, he said. You're my underling now. At that point, the Kyuubi decided that he had stayed quiet long enough. What are you doing? As the small boy cheered, Naruto walked up to the nearby window and started opening it. What do you mean? He asked mentally, like he had practiced the whole morning. He stuck his head out to the cool, autumnal air and looked around. Perfect. He murmured after spotting what he was looking for. We're here to get the materia you finally sensed yesterday, the bijou reminded him. There's no time for babysitting. Idiots. I've already got one. It took him a second, but the Genin finally got it. Hey, he protested out loud. Yes, boss. The Sandaime's grandson asked eagerly from behind him. Yes, Naruto hesitated, going back inside. Stay quiet for a moment. The boy frowned slightly but did as he was told. Would you stop bothering me at a time like this? The blonde Genin said eventually, resuming his internal conversation with his tenant. I'm still not very good at this speaking but not quite thing. From inside his cage, the demon fox rolled his eyes. How hard can it be? Naruto grumbled something as he walked to the third window down the hall. It's confusing. Whatever, the Kyuubi snorted. Just get that materia already. As you can see, the young ninja said while opening the window, I'm working on it. Okay, he eventually said out loud, turning to the old man's grandson. What's your name again? I'm Konohamaru, the boy replied proudly. Okay, Konohamaru, the first assignment I give you is, go to that end of the hall and check out for anyone coming, Naruto ordered before nodding to the other side. He will take care of the other end. He had just uttered the words when, after a fast hand seal, a Bunshin appeared beside him. I have to take something important out there, the Genin continued, pointing at the open window. If anyone comes, just let me know and try to buy me a little time. You're allowed to use any means possible to do that, okay? The Genin said, starting to enjoy this little game. Right away, boss. The shadow clone barked obediently, moving to get in position. After goggling at the copy for a long second, Konohamaru mirrored him and strolled down the hallway. Okay, Naruto then said, rubbing his hands together. Time to get a new materia. Taking a deep breath, the young Genin approached the window and carefully put a foot outside and on the tiny ledge of the 5th floor. When the second leg joined the first together with his whole body, he slowly started to sidestep his way to the left, his back to the building and his hands gripping whatever fingerhold they could find. Underneath him, people went about their business, entering and exiting the Hokage tower without glancing upwards at the boy performing his balancing act on the ledge. After a couple of feet and a near fall that would have probably cost him his life, Naruto finally reached the end of the ledge and, luckily enough, the perfect spot. He carefully moved his left hand from the building to wipe at his sweating face. Wind pushed against him as he let out a breath he didn't even know he was holding. When the day before he had seen the green spot from down below, after sensing its presence from the Hokage's office, Naruto didn't think it would have been this difficult to get to it. The materia looked stuck in the front of the building, precisely in between the 4th and the 5th row of the large windows that looked on the street. His initial plan had been to try and get it from the 4th floor, but that proved impossible because of all the people walking up and down those hallways. The 5th floor, instead, had looked almost desert, thus definitely the best route to take. Now though, Naruto wasn't so sure of that. The metal railing he had taken as point of reference was below and a few inches to his left, which meant the materia he had seen had to be exactly under him. He could feel the by now familiar pull towards it as he slowly crouched down as much as he could, grazing his back against the building and panting a little in anxiousness. After a few tries, he was finally able to close his fingers around one of the cool bars of the railing and started gripping it viciously, testing its solidity and stability. He took a couple of deep, encouraging breaths after that, and before he could change his mind, jumped down from the relative security of his ledge while twisting his body around. He immediately took hold of a metal bar with his other hand and then managed to get his feet together and find the ledge of the 4th floor. Naruto could then exhale in relief, finally finding himself in a balanced position, while the Kyuubi, who until that moment had refrained from speaking to his host to not disrupt his concentration, decided to put his 2 cents in. And this, he started with a lot of emphasis on the last word, is exactly why I told you to use a Bunshin to do it. Naruto waited for his heart to calm down before eventually answering, although mentally. It was fun, the blonde said simply, looking to his right. And there it was, the green sphere he had spotted from the street below, almost inset into the wall. His right hand left the railing for a moment and traveled to the warm materia, brushing it slowly. The young Genin grinned as the slight sensation of being about to remember something instilled in his mind before disappearing when he retreated his fingers. The next few minutes were completely dedicated to chisel around the object with a kunai, but unlike the materia stuck to the Hokage monument, this one didn't come off easily at all. After a lot of effort though, Naruto managed to remove a big chunk of stonework from the building and with it the green sphere still embedded in it. He grimaced a little at the damage he had caused to the Hokage tower but figured no one could notice it from the street below, so it was okay. He had just put the large rock in his jumpsuit's pocket, trying to make it fit in completely despite its size, when, after sniffing the air, he froze. When he eventually turned around, very slowly he found two male ninja watching him from the large window on his left. One of them had a short, black beard and was looking at him curiously while smoking a cigarette. He leaned comfortably against the windowsill and tilted his head to the side as if puzzled. "What do you think he's doing?" he asked in a deep voice. The other ninja was actually silver-haired and was currently crouched down on the ledge of the 4th floor, just outside the large window. His long arms were dangling almost lazily over the edge, giving the impression that he was bored out of his mind. The impression was also elided by the half-lidded eye looking at him, the one not hidden by a black mask. "I don't know," he said with disinterest. "But I hear he's quite the troublemaker, so he's probably just making trouble." The first murmured with a frown. "Removing a chunk of tower doesn't seem much of a prank to me." The masked shinobi shrugged slowly. "Who knows what youngsters think these days?" "Still, did you see how he climbed down here?" the bearded ninja retorted, and the other nodded. That was mildly impressive for a fresh genin." He then waved dismissingly with his hand. "He has the awareness of a deaf mole, though. It took him so long to finally pick up our scent and notice us." In his defense, the wind wasn't in his favor, the smoking shinobi reasoned before adding as an afterthought, "And we're jounin." He seemed to reflect for a moment before speaking up again. "I think I want him in my team." The masked man snorted. "As if our preferences are ever taken into consideration when it comes to assigning a genin team." The man nodded grimly. "God knows if I know that." "Oh." A mocking innocent expression appeared on the bearded ninja's face. "Did I ever mention my father to you? You probably know him by the name Hokage." The other shinobi just chuckled. "I may have heard about him," he said with a smile, or at least what Naruto thought was a smile, behind that mask of his. "Good luck with the brat, then." After that, both men turned completely to face the blonde who they had pretty much ignored in favor of their little conversation. Naruto, who had stayed uncharacteristically quiet until that moment, finally decided to speak up. "I need your window," he said brightly, right as he jumped on it. The two moved away to give him space, and the bearded one put a firm hand on his shoulder to steady him. Naruto climbed down after a moment and landed on the busy 4th floor, a good dozen of eyes immediately pointing on him. He shrugged unconcerned. He had already been caught anyway. The small genin turned around to look at the two ninja. Both of them had a jounin vest, and they looked like they were enjoying the situation. Naruto wondered for a moment if he had a chance to slip away, but then decided against it. The odds of that were very slim. Sure, he had escaped jounin and ANBU in the past, but he mostly had some kind of advantage when he did, be that a head start or the aid of confusion his pranks often provided him. This time he had none. He would stay and see what happened, then. It wasn't like he had done anything really bad, after all. What was a small hole in the Hokage tower's stonework, anyway? "Thank you for opening that for me," Naruto eventually said with nonchalance, pointing at the window. "I was already dreading the wall climb to the 5th floor." The masked shinobi smiled sweetly. "I can imagine. That rock must really weigh a lot." Naruto laughed nervously at that. "Yeah, a little." "I could carry it for you," the silver-haired man pressed on, chuckling amiably. "I'm a jounin, so I'm pretty strong." Don't worry about it," the blonde boy said quickly, scratching the back of his head. "I'm a genin, so I'm pretty strong too." He looked at him and at the other ninja, smiling amusedly. "Well, time to go now. Bye." And he dashed down the hallway, feeling relieved when he noticed the two weren't chasing after him. He disappeared around a corner, dodging a young employee as he went. Sarutobi Asuma put out his cigarette and threw it inside the nearby ashtray. "Curious kid," he murmured after a few seconds of silence. "You heard about what happened with the academy teacher?" Hitaki Kakashi nodded as he leaned against the wall. "I was one of the guards who finally caught him when he almost sneaked up to the Hokage. And I was one of the ninja trying to track him down and failing. There was Inazuka Tsum with me most of the time." Asuma chuckled quietly. She curses worse than a sailor when she's annoyed at herself. Even Kakashi smiled a little. I've been in enough missions with her to know that very well. Come on, the bearded Jounin eventually said, starting to walk away. Let's go to the meeting. I want to see if I can coax the Hokage into putting Naruto on my team. The masked ninja lazily peeled himself off the wall. Don't get your hopes high. Something in the Jounin's tone made Asuma turn an inquisitive face to him. You know something I don't? Maybe. The man's gaze became intent in seeing Kakashi's carefully blank expression. Does that have something to do with why you insisted a little on that chunk of rock? Silence was all the answer he got. Oh man, I thought that was just you having fun and giving a kid a hard time. Now though, Asuma looked pensive as he kept on walking down the hall. Interesting. They were quiet all the way up to the team assignment meeting. Naruto's heartbeat had slowed down to normal by the time the boy had reached the 5th floor through the flight of stairs. He walked down the desert hallways while thinking about what happened, and he soon found himself approaching his confused shadow clone. What are you doing here? The Kage Bunshin asked him, and Naruto shrugged. I got a little help and re-entered the building from the 4th floor. The clone shrugged as well before leaning forward eagerly. Did you get it though? Naruto flashed a smile. I did. Cool. How were things up here? The original questioned. Anything to report? No, sir, the Kage Bunshin barked dutifully, saluting. No one entered the perimeter. The young blonde raised his eyebrows before pointing over his underling's shoulders. What about that man over there? The shadow clone turned around only to curse in seeing Konohamaru tossing about while in a ninja's firm grip. Let go of me, the boy was shouting in the meantime while he struggled to free himself, but the man holding him didn't seem fazed by his efforts. Come on, young master, he said instead, properly adjusting his dark glasses. We already wasted a lot of time and we have yet to finish this morning lesson. I don't want to, Ebisu-sensei. The Hokage's grandson complained loudly, awkwardly trying to kick the ninja from his difficult position. Put me down. Hey! Naruto shouted, advancing with his shadow clone. Let him go. Ebisu finally took notice of Naruto's presence and scowled at him. Well, them. Stay away from the honorable grandson, Naruto, the man snarled, shifting his eyes from clone to original and back. I don't want him to be influenced by the likes of you. Both Narutos scowled back at him before turning to each other. Two matching grins appeared on their faces and they took a step forward. Ebisu smirked. Do you think you can take me on? He said derisively, crouching down to a fighting position when one of two blondes raised his hands to form a seal. I'm an elite tutor, not an academy brat. An answer? Naruto shouted only one word. Kawarimi. A second later, Ebisu blinked his eyes owlishly as he found himself holding the orange-clad Genin instead of the Hokage's grandson. The young blonde in his grasp smiled brightly at him. Peekaboo. Ebisu glanced up long enough to see that the other Naruto, presumably the original, was running away with the young master. He growled at that and tried to toss what must have been a shadow clone away. He failed, though, as the copy took hold of his arms and refused to let go. The man tried to slam him against the wall, but the boy was as slippery as oil as he managed to wrap himself around his midsection first and his back then. He only lasted a dozen more seconds before finally being dispelled by a blow to the head, but by the time Ebisu had reached the end of the hallways and the flight of stairs, the honorable grandson was nowhere to be seen. "Inen-you," he cursed as he ran down the stairs. They had just reached the woods when Naruto finally stopped. Konohamaru slumped immediately on the soft ground, panting and wheezing after their wild run. This is... He started, wincing at the burning sensation in his lungs but smiling all the same. This is the first time I shake Ebisu-sensei off ever. Really? Naruto asked curiously, barely a little winded. Yeah. I'm only able to escape him when I get him seriously distracted, Konohamaru admitted slowly. And even then, I have minutes of lead on him. He finds me almost immediately. The boy laughed breathlessly. This time, we had him hot on our heels for nearly half an hour, and we were still able to get rid of him. He grinned wildly. You're great, boss. The blonde Genin murmured, blinking his eyes repeatedly. It's the same for me and Iraka-sensei. He's always the one to find me. Maybe it's a teacher-student related thing? He looked thoughtful for a moment while the Hokage's grandson caught his breath. We may be onto something here. Konohamaru just shrugged, not really caring about that. Oh right. Naruto's face perked up suddenly as if he had just remembered something. We went through a lot of trouble, but I got this. As Naruto's hand shoot out of the jumpsuit's pocket, Konohamaru's face dropped. That something important you had to take was this? He asked disbelievingly. A rock. Not just a rock. You see, Naruto said excitedly while pointing at the green sphere glaring out of the big, gray stone. He gave up after a short moment when he remembered he alone could see its quite flashy color. I don't see anything. The boy replied skeptically and Naruto huffed. Never mind. He looked around before walking up to a clearing nearby. Come on. I'll teach you the Oiroke no Jutsu while I clean up this thing. Yes. Konohamaru cheered, pumping his fist up in the air. As he took a seat on a comfortable log and proceeded to chisel off all the stonework surrounding the materia, Naruto started explaining the basis of his own invented jutsu, Konohamaru hanging on his every word. He soon had the boy practicing, though, because just like he learned by trial and error, the blonde Genin found himself teaching the same way. Konohamaru made slow but steady progress, and for the first time Naruto finally got a vague estimation of how much more chakra he had in respect to other kids. The estimation could be surmised by loads more. Konohamaru had to stop 3 times because of exhaustion. 3 times. And although the Hokage's son was a few years younger than him and there was the possibility that he had smaller than normal chakra reserves for his age, Naruto could remember clearly the whole hours, consecutive he might add, spent trying and failing to learn whatever jutsu he had to learn. And those memories dated back up to when he first started going to the academy, as in to say pretty much Konohamaru's age. The whole matter was really worth going into in the future. Those PRDS of downtime weren't all that bad though. While Naruto chiseled around the materia, Konohamaru explained the reason why he always went after his grandfather. To Naruto, it almost seemed like listening to himself when the boy spoke about acknowledgement and being Hokage, and he found himself spurring him on in his own way. He also decided to give him a few tips about sneakiness, as he called it, while Konohamaru resumed with his training. By the time Naruto had finished polishing the green stone, the Hokage's grandson had the jutsu pretty much down. That's it, more or less, the young blonde complimented with a grin. Just practice a little on the nipples and it'll be perfect. Really? Konohamaru asked excitedly, transforming back to normal. Naruto nodded. Yep. Hey! The boy's attention had suddenly shifted to his boss' hands. You made a sphere out of that chunk of stone. You're pretty good. I didn't dash, the Genin huffed in annoyance. There was already a sphere inside that chunk of stone. The Hokage's grandson looked skeptical. Really? Yeah, really. Naruto bit his lip before finally making up his mind. Just wait and see, okay? I'll show you something cool. As he said those words, the blonde stepped away from Konohamaru and turned to a fairly large boulder nearby. With a feeling of excitement settling in the pit of his stomach, Naruto slowly raised his hand and called forth the power within the sphere like the Kyuubi had told him for the lightning materia. Green light rose as usual around him just as a big block of ice quickly formed around the target. There was a moment in which Naruto was left looking on in disappointment, right before the ice shattered loudly and the boulder shattered with it. Silence descended upon the clearing as Naruto and Konohamaru watched astonished the frosted pieces of rock falling apart, cut up like by a sharp sword. They had just stopped moving when Konohamaru finally spoke up. That was awesome, boss, he shouted excitedly, turning to the blonde with wide eyes. What a great ninjutsu. I bet even Grandpa would be impressed by it. Yeah, Naruto agreed, laughing and slowly recomposing himself. I bet he would. Was it that stone? The boy wanted to know, staring at the sphere in the blonde's hands. Naruto examined the materia as well. It was, strangely enough, warm under his fingers despite it obviously being ice-based, and there were what seemed to be tiny crystals floating under its green surface. What is it? Konohamaru asked eagerly, but before the Genin could answer, the Kyuubi growled dangerously. Naruto, he warned menacingly, it was one thing to reveal the truth to the Hokage, but try and don't make this story a public secret, would you? Yeah, I know, the blonde thought back, rolling his eyes. It's for my own good. Don't want people to think I'm so connected to the Kyuubi, materia will be the ace up my sleeve and blah blah blah. I know you know. Better than yourself, probably, the bijou said, annoyed at his mocking. And you were definitely going to blurt out everything. I was not, the Genin replied outrageously right as Konohamaru asked, boss? The Kyuubi quieted down at that, but not before letting his host know with a snort what he thought about his last words. Naruto grumbled something under his breath and then focused on the boy in front of him. Sorry. He hesitated for a moment, looking for a seamless change of topic, when it literally dropped from the branch of a nearby tree in the form of Ebisu. Last piece of advice about sneakiness, the young blonde said wisely. Don't stay in the same place too long when hiding, unless you're completely sure you won't be discovered there. Then, he added as an afterthought, wherever you are, refrain from using loud and flashy jutsu. They tend to give your position away. I've finally found you, the man shouted, glaring at the orange-clad ninja. It's been tougher than I thought, I'll give you that. Now I understand why accomplished shinobi find it so hard to catch you after one of your pranks. Naruto found himself smiling at the roundabout praise. Yeah, he cheered. I'm that awesome. But playtime is over, the man continued coldly. Let's go home, young master. No. Konohamaru refused. I'm going to defeat that old geezer and get the Hokage title. So don't get in my way. While Ebisu and his student argued, Naruto fingered the new materia in his palm before putting it in his pocket. This wasn't his fight. Not yet anyway. Oiroku no jutsu. The Genin watched with raised eyebrows the effect Konohamaru's hinged body had on his teacher and could only sweat drop as the man, with a perverted face, went on and on about how such a dirty trick couldn't possibly work on him. What he then said about the blonde and about becoming Hokage was the last straw. Without really thinking about it, Naruto took a step forward and formed a seal. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, he shouted, and 15 shadow clones appeared in front of him, much to the Kyuubi's shock. What the hell? The bijou thought, dumbfounded. He then proceeded to observe in astonished silence as his host managed to knock out the enemy ninja with what he called his harem no jutsu. The demon fox remained quiet for quite a while as he eventually settled down to wait for the idiot to finish his little motivational speech and finally move away. He spoke up after that, though, voice as deceivingly sweet as he could possibly master. Naruto. The boy was still smiling like an idiot as he walked towards the actual village with his hands behind his head. Yeah. The Kyuubi took a deep breath. How many F-clones can you do? Naruto's ears rang for as long as it took him to demonstrate. Uzumaki Naruto was frowning slightly as he finally walked up to the shop counter near the door, a load of long-range weapons held carefully against his chest. He had his gaze low, both in order not to trip with the stands on his way and most of all to avoid meeting the harsh gaze of the owner. Naruto had always hated shopping, and it was fairly obvious as to why. When he eventually looked up upon reaching the counter and dropped his purchases on it, he could see there was a nasty scowl on the man's features. Let's see. The shop owner said slowly, finally dropping his eyes to the merchandise. A standard set of kunai, one of shuriken and 2 rolls of Konoha wire. He sneered. It's 7,000 ryo. 7,000? Naruto burst out at once. It's not possible. The price tag said dash. I just changed them, the man interrupted him with a smirk. Now pay or get lost. The young blonde opened his mouth to reply but forcefully shut it again. This wasn't going to take him anywhere. He held the man's gaze for a long moment, finding some satisfaction in seeing him squirming a little, before turning around. You can keep your DMN stuff, he said, coming to a decision. It's not like I really needed it, anyway. Get out of my shop, then, the owner shouted after him, but he didn't bother with a reply. As he left the shop, though, he noticed someone staring at him from the nearby sword sector. Team, Naruto murmured blandly, turning slightly to face him. "Dobe," was the predictable answer he received, but he couldn't help but growl at it. From what Naruto could remember, since the first time he'd seen him, the only person Uchiha Sasuke ever greeted was him. Fellow students, Academy Sensei, important ninja occasionally teaching lessons. Uchiha Sasuke never ever deigned them of a greeting. The only way they knew he was even aware of their presence was the piercing, dark gaze shifting to them with various degrees of intensity and attention. The dark-haired boy pretty much ignored everyone, aside for academy assignment or training, but not him. And although it was only right to say that it was also the result of provoking, sometimes Naruto didn't have to go out on a limb at all to get a reaction. The young blonde had always been puzzled by that. He guessed he should have felt honored to be worth of such consideration, but probably not, considering the greeting he received from the Uchiha genius was always an insult and generally, the words reserved to him were far from polite or friendly. But he couldn't help but wonder about it. Sasuke looked at him for a long moment before glancing at the shop owner. Immediately, the man started bowing profusely in his direction. "Oh, Uchiha-san, I didn't see you enter," he said apologetically. "Can I help you in any way? Were you looking for something in particular?" Naruto looked at the man in disgust before stepping outside, a DMN stinging sensation somewhere behind his eyes. He swallowed hard and smiled grimly after a long second. At least, the man would get what he deserved soon. Uchiha Sasuke didn't exactly know why he followed the dobe outside. Maybe it was because he had no intention of buying anything since the beginning, or because he hadn't liked what the shop owner had done. But most probably, he eventually decided it was because he was curious. Exiting the store, Sasuke's eyes settled down once again upon Uzumaki Naruto and the leaf head protector he wasn't supposed to have. When he found himself next to him, expressionless as always, he struggled not to stare obviously at it while the blonde faced him with surprise. "What do you want?" the dobe growled quietly. The dark-haired boy shrugged, now looking forward again. "I never liked that guy either." And it was true. The shop owner always threw himself all over him like some kind of fangirl. He was already repulsed by those, and they weren't old men with mustache and scars. "Usually. It's that guy that doesn't like me more like it," Naruto replied, snorting. Then his grin flashed just like his blue eyes. "And I guess he will like me even less now." At those words, the sound of something crashing and clashing resonated from inside the shop, followed by an angry shout. Sasuke turned inquisitively towards the ruckus. "What did you do?" he asked. "Me? I did nothing," Naruto answered innocently, and something in his voice made the Uchiha turn to him in time to see the seal for the Henge no Jutsu. When the smoke finally cleared, there was a perfect copy of himself in front of him, albeit a grinning one. "You did." The door of the shop suddenly burst open and another Sasuke came out in a hurry. Behind him, another one could only take a step beyond the threshold before what looked like a mallet came flying to his head, dispelling it. A second later, the shop owner appeared on the doorway, his head covered in white feathers and his eyes furious. There was also a large, orange, slimy thing staining his chest and slowly dripping down his stomach and onto his shoes. "You little brat," the man was shouting. "I know it's just you henged as Uchiha-san. Wait up." Sasuke scowled, turning to the dobe only to see him mimicking his exact expression. "Naruto." The fake Uchiha growled dangerously, anticipating him. "Drop the henge." The real Sasuke glared. "You drop it, idiot. If you don't dash." His threat was never voiced, though, for he had to jump away to dodge the kunai thrown at him by the shop owner. He scowled at the offender for a moment before deciding that Naruto was really the one to blame for this. Seeing him running away, he shot after him, murderous thoughts filling his mind. The chase lasted for about 10 minutes. They had already shaken off the man after 5, but the dobe still impersonating him had continued to run away. And he didn't just run, of course. He hid and hindered, he backpedaled and confused, he feinted and distracted. Sasuke was forced to lose precious seconds every time one of those strange, seemingly corporeal clones appeared out of nowhere and seemed to swap with the original. After deciding whom to follow, he was left a tiny bit more behind. After 10 minutes, Sasuke had lost him. He was really surprised, impressed and angry. He found himself in a small alley in the commercial district, a dead end with no doors or openings, while the copy of himself he had been following was nowhere to be seen. He looked around with narrowed eyes before loudly kicking a trash can on the side, knocking it over and sending the twisted bits of metal it contained to the ground. I win! The voice scared the sheet out of him. Sasuke startled badly even as he twirled around as fast as he could, a kunai already in his hand. In front of him, the dobe, now back to his normal appearance, was grinning victoriously. The grin disappeared as soon as Sasuke had grabbed him from the jumpsuit and tossed him in the air. "Hey!" the blonde shouted just as he dropped on another trash can and dispelled. The young Uchiha was left staring at where the clone had disappeared until the familiar voice of the dobe resonated again in the alley. "That wasn't very nice," this new Naruto said from behind him. Sasuke turned to him, suddenly feeling very calm, almost detached. He watched the grin on the other's face and asked, "What's this technique?" "It's awesome, isn't it?" the blonde cheered. "It's called Kage Bunshin no Jutsu and it's a forbidden technique. I learnt it some days ago and I already love it. It requires loads of chakra, but I have it in spades." The Uchiha raised an eyebrow at that but didn't comment. There was silence for a moment before he spoke up. "What happened in that shop?" he asked, feeling like he had missed something. He had observed the dobe for some time as he checked out kunai and shuriken and tried to avoid the owner's gaze. He had also seen the changes in his features when he had brought the goods to the counter and had been treated like that. It had been so strange. Almost like he had hoped against hope until the very last moment and was then left disappointed and sad. As if to confirm his thoughts, the blonde's grin faltered for a moment before coming back full force. "I gave that BSRD a lesson," he said. "Did you see what an idiot he looked with those feathers plastered to his head?" "I meant before that," Sasuke insisted. "What was that ridiculous price about?" Naruto stopped and looked away, his smile turning sad all of a sudden. "I had thought that once a genin, they wouldn't have continued to, that they would have acknowledged me." The boy sighed a little before grinning widely again. "But I guess it's still too early, right? I'll just have to try harder." Sasuke was slightly curious about what the dobe was talking about, but he had finally managed to get to the topic he was really interested into, so he decided to jump straight to it. "You're a genin?" he asked skeptically. "Of course I am," the blonde boasted, pointing at his hide. "Are you blind, team?" "But you failed the exam, dobe," the Uchiha retorted, putting much emphasis on the last word. "You weren't able to perform a single effective bunshin." "As you could see, I can now," Naruto said angrily. "And I passed a special test which I can't really talk about." Sasuke thought about it for a moment before eventually deciding that he believed him. Not even Naruto could be so stupid to wear a fake head protector knowing the consequences, and he did demonstrate he could perform clones, after all, although not the basic kind taught at the academy. Of course, this special test he couldn't talk about smelled fishy, but the young Uchiha turned away. His curiosity hadn't been sated completely, but he couldn't show he was so interested to the idiot. He started walking out of the alley. "Whatever, dobe," he said dismissingly. "I still need to buy some things, and so do you, I believe." Naruto scowled before shrugging. "Well, you're almost right. It's not exactly me that has to buy something." Sasuke glanced back curiously. "You're a clone." The blonde nodded his head and the Uchiha smirked. "Really? Then you won't mind if I do this." As he uttered the last word, he was already upon the dobe who, taken by surprise, could only dodge the left kick before taking the next punch right in the face. A second later, the blonde had disappeared in a puff of smoke, leaving behind only a smug Sasuke. The dark-haired boy looked around for a moment before dusting himself off and walking out of the alley, hands in his pockets and a satisfied smile on his face. Naruto looked on the proceeding from atop a nearby roof, his position hidden behind a gray chimney. He blinked as the memories of the just-dispelled Kage Bunshin flowed in his mind, informing him of the strange conversation with the Uchiha. "That team," he whispered with a frown. "That was completely uncalled for." He watched as the boy disappeared amidst the passers-by down the street before jumping down to the alley. He walked up to the toppled trash can and straightened it up, idly noticing it was full of broken pieces of iron and other metals. "Diamen," he told the Kyuubi quietly. "Sasuke surely is fast." "Only now you noticed?" the demon asked him derisively. "He kicked your butt all the time at the academy." "He didn't." "Yeah, right," the bijou snorted. "I must have imagined things, then. Anyway, that's nothing training can't fix, and your Kagebunshin are doing just that in the forest as we speak." The Kyuubi had insisted upon it immediately after the boy had demonstrated he could create hundreds of clones. The demon had been left stunned. Initially he had thought the idiot just possessed a large quantity of chakra, incredible if you considered his age, but not something a normal jounin would brag about. Instead, it turned out that Naruto was, simply put, a chakra monster, easily on Kage level from that point of view. It had been a pleasing surprise for both of them. The idiot could not stop smiling when he told him that, but it was important to put it to good use as soon as possible, and Kagebunshin training was probably the best way to do that. "From the memories I'm getting," the Genin said with a grin, "they're really going wild over there. I'll be faster than Sasuke in no time." Instead, the bijou resumed, refraining from rolling his eyes, "You have something he will never have, no matter how or how much he trains." Naruto blinked olishly at that. "You." "I was mainly talking about materia, but yes, me as well," the Kyuubi confirmed while Naruto pulled out his 2 spheres from his pockets. "And if you stop wasting time, today you can take another step towards using it, and me, properly." "I wasn't wasting time," the young blonde protested. "There was no holster good enough to fit your suggestion in that BSDRD's shop. And I could use some new kunai and shuriken now that I'm a genin. Mine are falling to pieces." "But they're not as important," the demon shouted. "How many times do I need to tell you? Our priority now is to find a good holster to put our materia into. What good is being able to perform jutsu without using hand seals, if you keep your hands busy with holding the materia anyway?" The bijou huffed in annoyance. They had discussed this at length already. By using materia, Naruto could bypass the seals-making process usually required for techniques, so he could theoretically perform those and contemporarily use his hands to do something else, like punching, grabbing, or parrying. Fighting, in substance. But he still had to touch the sphere if he wanted it to work, so simple pockets or even normal holsters weren't good. Really, how long did it take for the idiot to understand? "I got it already." Naruto grumbled as if reading his mind, kicking with his heels the trash can he was sitting on. "And I did look for something useful in that shop. It's not my fault if you decided to do these things round-shaped." He waved both the materia in his hands as if to make a point. "No one ever holstered round weapons, so there are no holsters for round things." "Then we will have one custom made," the Kyuubi reasoned, ignoring the blonde's snipping comments. "And if even that fails, we will make them ourselves." "I'm no good at that kind of things," the young genin murmured irritably, still abusing the bin under him. The loud clinking sounds that the trash can was continuing to produce eventually distracted him from the discussion. His brow furrowed. "Wait a minute." He jumped down from his raised position and looked under the bin's lid and at the piled junk inside. It was all metal, like twisted hunks of iron, broken parts of recognizable weapons, or even unrecognizable ones. Both he and the second shadow clone dispelled by Sasuke had seen them when the trash can had toppled over, but neither had given them much notice until now. Naruto glanced around at the tall buildings surrounding the alley. The one on the right was a restaurant while the one on the left a tailor. No weapon shops or armory around. This didn't make much sense. He started looking around and pacing near the walls, sometimes sniffing the air as if in search of something. The Kyuubi remained quiet, having slowly started to pick up something strange himself. After a few minutes, Naruto suddenly stopped and leaned to the left as if intent on listening to something over the noise of the busy street nearby. And then he heard it, a soft clanging sound that seemed to come from afar. His reaction was quick. He ran to the end of the alley and peered down. "There!" he cried in exultance as he finally saw what he was looking for. On the ground in front of him, just shy of the wall that represented the alley's dead end, a thin, almost unnoticeable crack could be seen going from left to right for a few inches, and right next to it, a large rectangular stone nicely disguised in the pavement. Letting out a breath of excitement, Naruto lightly touched the stone with his fingers before pressing it down forcefully. A click was all that followed before the ground to his left seemed to give away and unfold on itself, revealing a steep flight of stairs descending towards a barely illuminated room. Naruto's eyes widened like discs as they settled upon the young girl underground currently gaping with shock at him. The young Genin said with an uncertain smile. May I come in? Tenten had always been a strong girl. Her family and friends had repeatedly told her that since she was very young, way before she enrolled in the academy, and way before she became a shinobi of the leaf. She was a strong girl, now ninja, she corrected herself, and that had nothing to do with the lethal techniques learned in training or her impressive skills with all kinds of weapons. She had grown up in a family where ninja career was the normal course everyone took, and she hadn't been exempt just because she was born a girl, fortunately. If that wasn't enough, she had spent a good portion of her childhood in a group of friends of which she was the youngest and the only female. She became the exact definition of a tomboy, whether because of the environment she grew up in or because of personal predisposition, she did not know, although in the last year she had discovered and embraced a part of her feminine side she previously did not know. Or at least, that was what her mother had said. Of course, her mother had also said she had entered that normal rebellious phase every teenager went through, and that was utter bullshit in Tenten's opinion. She did what she wanted to do, not what others didn't want her to do. Although she couldn't deny her family had pointed her in that direction, becoming a ninja had ultimately been her choice, and she had chosen that because it was what she wanted to do and it was well within her rights to do so. The same went for what she was doing at the moment, no matter what her father said. All these beautiful thoughts about independence and freedom disappeared completely from her mind, though, when the trapdoor above her suddenly opened. Her heart jumped to her throat in fear, only to then drop again to its rightful place when she realized it wasn't her father who had opened it, but a small blonde boy, wearing an orange jumpsuit and a leaf head protector. May I come in? The words, so hesitantly spoken, contributed to the slowing of her heartbeat and the resuming of her breathing process. Her brain started working again and elaborated that an unknown boy, ninja, she amended at once, had just opened the secret entrance of the place. Who are you? She asked, still a little stunned, and the ninja grinned brightly. I'm Uzumaki Naruto, future Hokage of Konoha, he shouted needlessly and his voice echoed in the underground chamber. What are you doing down here? Tenten ignored the question to ask one herself. How did you find this place? Oh, I was sitting outside and thought it was strange that all those bins had inside were pieces of metal or broken weapons, he explained. I looked around and noticed the crack near the wall. I found the switch, pressed it, and it opened this secret passage. The excitement in his voice was evident as he took a step down the stairs. May I? Tenten moved around the desk she was working on before nodding. I hadn't thought about removing the trash, she confessed. But what I'm more worried about is that you actually found the switch without knowing what to look for. She grumbled irritably. Grandpa just showed me the secret entrance. He didn't tell me how to conceal it. Oh, don't worry about it, the blonde ninja, probably Genin like her, said, skipping the last few steps with a gracious leap. I'm pretty good at this kind of stuff. Hiding places are my thing, he bragged loudly while looking around curiously. Are you hiding yourself or something in here? The girl smiled a little nervously. Both, she admitted. In fact, I better close the entrance before someone sees it. She moved to the stairs, brushing her bare arm lightly against the young ninja's hand and exhaling a relieved breath she didn't even know she was holding. Her father would reprimand her for basing her judgment on her ridiculous powers, but she trusted them just as much as the kunai and shuriken in her holsters. And when she had touched this Uzumaki Naruto, self-declared future Hokage of Konoha, they had told her he wasn't a threat. She couldn't remember very well the times when she didn't possess the strange ability of feeling others. She had yet to come up with a better word to describe it, but she was firmly convinced that it had all started with the incident. Since then, these strange powers her father didn't approve of had accompanied her throughout her whole life and had slowly evolved in different and increasingly complicated ways. She now had to resort to focuses like I Ching hexagrams and astrology to make sense of them, but sensing other people's intentions and mood with a touch had remained pretty much the same. The orange-clad ninja had only felt like curiosity and fascination, so there was no reason not to be friendly. Looking intently outside till the last moment, she quickly closed the entrance to the underground chamber before turning around. The young blonde had not wasted any time in taking a look around. His wide eyes traveled from the big anvil in the middle of the room to the high wooden tank filled with water on the side, then from the large, now cold hearth behind the desk to the metal material arranged in a corner. "Don't tell me Dash," he started with an amazed voice, but she interrupted him. "My name is Ten," she said with a smile, before gesturing down with her hand, "and this is my family forge, the Golden Dragon, although we don't really deal with gold here." She couldn't help but smiling nostalgically at the familiar words. He had heard them so many times when she was a kid, either from her father, brother, or mother, that they came almost automatically to her, despite years having passed by. Even the tone they had always used, she found herself mimicking it exactly. She looked down at the impressed ninja staring up at her, and it was almost like having a customer again. The idea made a tingling feeling rise up in her chest, and she decided to humor it for a while. "We produce everything a shinobi might ever need throughout his life, from common but high-quality throwing weapons to rare and deadly chakra blades and armor." The words rolled out of her mouth with the practiced ease of someone knowing them by heart, but they left a bittersweet aftertaste on her tongue as she thought about the present times. She mulled the idea on her mind before finally deciding. "The actual shop above us is closed at the moment, and the few things I made are on the cabinet over there, but I can accept requests if customers actually have any." Naruto grinned widely at that, walking up to the cabinet in question. He practically pressed his nose against the displaying glass as his eyes roamed over both short and long blades and sets of kunai and shuriken. "This is incredible! I was just looking for weapons and here I am. In an awesome secret forge," he cheered, turning around before wincing badly. To Tenten, it almost looked like someone had shouted in the Genin's ears, and the boy actually stopped to glare at the empty air to his right for a long second. "Although," he grumbled, apparently annoyed, "I need to buy something else first." The brunette looked at the weird boy warily. "What were you looking for?" Something of a weapon holster," the young blonde explained. "A very particular one, though. I've been in another weapon shop a little while ago and they had nothing even remotely similar to what I had in mind." "Actually," the brunette started, stepping down the stairs, "that's pretty much what I was going to work on next, mixing protective metal with fabric. I had armored meshes in mind, but weapon holsters might be even better." She blushed a little, deciding that revealing a little bit of truth, even if embarrassing, was in order. "I'm basically new at this. The shop has been closed for years now and the forge unused for nearly as long. I just started blacksmithing a few months ago under my grandfather's directions and, well, I'm still testing my skills, that's it." "These look great, though," Naruto said, impressed, looking at the weapons in the cabinet again. Thanks. Grandpa as well told me they're good," she admitted a little self-consciously. "He's an expert blacksmith, although he's retired, and he's not the kind of person to praise lightly, so I'm pretty happy about what I've done." "Why are you hiding it then?" the blonde Genin asked curiously, and for a moment Tenten was reminded of her friend and teammate Rock Lee and of his naivete. "Is it forbidden or something?" The girl grimaced a little. "You could say that." She watched the ninja in front of her with uncertainty before making up her mind. "My father doesn't want me here. He closed up our Golden Dragon 6 years ago, and when I voiced my interest in our family art of blacksmithing almost a year ago, he prohibited me from ever coming here." She unintentionally let her frustration seep into her voice, and the blonde frowned. "Why?" "Because he's a scaredy cat." The sudden outburst made Naruto jump a little, and the brunette immediately blushed beet red at having lost her temper like that. "Sorry. It's just that this entire thing makes me jumpy." She took a deep breath, trying to calm herself and wondering why the hell she was even talking about this mess with an unknown ninja. Probably for the same reason why she let him inside the underground chamber, she reasoned within herself. But still, time to steer the conversation to another topic. "Anyway, you said to be in need of a weapon holster, and the next step of my training would probably include something like that. she said once she had recomposed herself. We could kill 2 birds with 1 stone if you agree. She gave her smile a try and was satisfied in finding it so easily after her little tantrum. The blonde ninja's contagious grin was probably at fault for that, at least partly. That would be awesome, he cheered at once, advancing towards her. I would have probably ended up getting it custom-made anyway, so I was lucky to find you. You did mention you need a very particular one, she quoted. What is exactly the weapon you have to holster? Naruto's grin got even wider, if that was possible. He reached inside his pocket and pulled a round rock out. This. Tenten's brow furrowed inquisitively. A stone. It's not a dash, he started angrily before huffing. It's not a simple stone. It has powers. Tenten raised a doubtful eyebrow at that, and during the following minute, the young blonde tried to explain with vague words and examples what his materia did. Apparently, it enabled him to perform some kind of jutsu just by touching it, but he didn't want to hold it at every moment and it didn't work in normal pockets and holsters. It sounded like a story poorly made up on the spot to Tenten, and her initial enthusiasm started to slowly decrease as a consequence. Listen, she said skeptically after a while, maybe it would be better if you just showed me this materia power. Naruto stopped abruptly in his hesitant explanation to look around the room. In here? Why not? The brunette said with slight curiosity. Is this jutsu so wild and destructive to threaten the whole place? Naruto seemed to think it over before shaking his head. No. It's rather controlled, actually. It's perfect then, Tenten said, a slight challenge in her voice. I still have to try my hand at chakra weapons, but I did use part of a chakra-resistant metal to make this blade. She extracted a long wakizashi from a hook in the cabinet and showed it to him. You want me to use it as a target? The young blonde asked while blinking his eyes quizzically. What if I damage it? I don't think that will happen, the girl said confidently. Grandpa checked it and told me I had done a good job with it. It will be able to withstand the stress of a single jutsu easily. Naruto seemed to almost scowl at the blade before turning resolute. Okay, he agreed, grinning slightly. Let's do it. Tenten smirked, putting the wakizashi on an iron stool and taking a few steps back. She watched as the young blonde looked down at the stone in his fingers before inexplicably putting it back in his trousers' right pocket. A second later, he produced another identical one from the left pocket and held it slightly forward. Immediately, a green light seemed to seep through the cracks in the pavement all around Naruto to lit up the dim underground chamber with its fluorescent hue. An instant later, Tenten could hardly believe her eyes as the wakizashi blade and part of the iron stool underneath it were covered by a very thick layer of what looked like ice and, upon its shattering, broke apart like a delicate crystal in the hands of a careless man. Oh my goodness, she whispered, shocked, while metal pieces dropped loudly to the ground. But, you said it would have withstood the jutsu. Naruto shouted a second later, sounding cheated, even panicked maybe. I didn't want to destroy it. Tenten just stared at the broken weapon and stool with wide eyes for a couple of seconds. She eventually said, blinking repeatedly. Don't worry about it. Really? Yeah. The brunette turned to the blonde and the stone in his hands. I honestly didn't expect that. Either Grandpa lied to me or overestimated my wakizashi. Naruto grinned at that. Or maybe I'm awesome that way. Maybe, Tenten conceded with a nod of her head. Anyway, I'm going to make a better one soon. After making a materia holster, of course. The blonde's eyes sparkled brightly at those words. Really? That's great. Now that I saw what it does and how, I think I got a better idea of what to make. Tenten walked up to the desk and crouched down to peer inside a large box underneath it. I should have some IWA paper in here. She nodded approvingly when her fingers closed upon what she was looking for. Here it is. IWA paper? Naruto asked. What is it? The brunette stood up again and showed him the long silky cloth in her hands. This is IWA paper. It's a kind of fabric renowned for its high chakra-conducting qualities. She examined it intently as she explained. It would be very impractical to create a holster with holes or empty parts where your skin would touch the materia. It's way simpler if I use this. Your chakra will just flow through this cloth from your skin to the materia it will holster. And with just a few armored parts, it will be incredibly resistant. Elastic as well. Naruto seemed about to say something but abruptly closed his mouth. Tenten started wondering about that when the orange-clad Genin tilted his head to the side before perking up suddenly. That's right, he shouted. Elastic. It needs to be elastic. The materia they will get bigger as I use them. Is that a problem? How much bigger? The girl wanted to know. There was another long pause in which Naruto seemed to be thinking carefully. Not much, probably just half an inch or so. Then it won't be a problem at all, Tenten said, nodding. She walked up to the desk and jotted down something on a scroll while thinking out loud. The IWA paper will stretch to let the stones fit and the armored parts will secure them firmly. If I heat the dark steel 1/10 more than normal, I should be able to mix it together with the cloth and a fine mesh. And if I cool it quickly enough, the final crystallized texture will result in a stronger composition. The right proportions should probably be just an altered version of the futon armor, given the elements and characteristics they will have in common. What? The blonde Genin in front of her was looking around uncertainly when she raised her head. Tenten made to explain, but the completely puzzled look on his face halted her. She just smiled and couldn't seem to stop. Don't worry about it, Naruto. I'll handle it. They discussed the last few details for the next minutes, and after Tenten had assured him the holster would be ready around the start of the next week, she watched him open the secret entrance and reach the alley with a big smile on his face. The brunette found herself smiling as well, and that tingling feeling in her stomach came back with a vengeance, widening it even more. The golden dragon had a customer again, even if unofficially. She continued to mull the happy thought in her head as she started working on Uzumaki Naruto's request. I think I know who will be our Jounin sensei. At those words, Haruno Sakura turned inquisitively towards the person who had spoken them, glad that someone had finally broken the awkward silence. Uzumaki Naruto, her new teammate together with Uchiha Sasuke, shrugged under her scrutiny from the opened doors of the classroom. I met him 3 days ago at the Hokage Tower, he continued after a short moment of pause. He and the Jounin with the beard who left with Shikamaru's team were talking about the team assignment meeting with the Hokage. I was looking for both of them earlier but didn't see him. I guess he is our late sensei. What is he like? Sakura asked, glancing at Sasuke-kun and hoping he hadn't noticed the nervousness in her voice. The blonde Genin leaned forward eagerly. He has silver hair spiking up wildly over his head protector and a mask hiding his face from his nose down. He nodded his head with a grin. And even above, only his right eye is left visible because he keeps his Hittite askew to cover the left one. Sakura blinked once before frowning disapprovingly. Stop making things up, Naruto, she berated him, putting her hands on her hips. How can you expect us to believe something like that? The orange-clad ninja had already started to protest his innocence when Sasuke spoke up from his seat. Did he look strong? The pink-haired Kunoichi was left gawking slightly in the following silence. She stared at the dark-haired boy Agape for a long moment before starting doing that a little more discreetly, meaning with her mouth closed. Naruto frowned a little at those words, turning towards Sasuke and watching him warily for a long second. I only met him in a hallway, he explained. But I guess he seemed very ninja-like. The Uchiha thought about it for a moment before nodding in understanding and turning away again. Sakura managed not to gape this time, but it was a close call. In her mind she asked herself for the umpteenth time that day what exactly had happened between Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto recently. Something had to, it was impossible to think otherwise. The Kunoichi moved from the sensei desk and started walking up and down the classroom, her eyes still observing the two surreptitiously. Sasuke-kun looked as cool as always behind his steepled hands and his dark fringe. Naruto seemed to be slightly less energetic than normal, maybe, but overall he was his usual idiotic self. No, the difference was not in the two boys separately, she repeated to herself. It just was in their interaction. Sakura had noticed something was off as soon as the blonde had started bragging to the class about his genin status and the secrets surrounding it. She happened to be looking in Sasuke's general direction when her classmates first asked Naruto about his head protector and his presence there, and she didn't see any surprise or skepticism on the Uchiha's face, unlike the others present, Sakura included. He had looked like he had known that already, instead, but at the same time seemed curious about it, even though he masked it pretty well. But Sakura knew her Sasuke-kun better than anyone else, of course, and, well, she was a shinobi trained to pick up and interpreting expressions and body language, after all. And that was exactly why she thought something had happened between the two of them. Because when she observed them intently, sometimes she could catch a glimpse of something else on the dark-haired boy's feature, something she had never expected to see there and most of all directed at Naruto of all people. She had first noticed it when they had been left alone in the classroom. Every other team had exited the room, and during the first few minutes, all her attempts at starting a conversation with Sasuke had been crushed down in an eerily similar manner to how Naruto's had been crushed by her. The following silence had been very awkward and uncomfortable until the young Uchiha himself hadn't surprisingly spoken up. "I met your clone yesterday, you know," he had told Naruto, turning slightly in his seat with a smirk. "Clones, really?" the orange-clad ninja had corrected with annoyance. "And you just had to go and dispel both of them?" Sasuke's smirk had grown larger as he gloated silently, earning himself a harsh glower from the blonde. "It wouldn't have happened if you hadn't surprised them like that," Naruto had resumed grumpily. "Really, attacking when there clearly was a truce on, that was a dirty, underhanded trick if I ever saw one." The dark-haired boy had raised both his eyebrows at that. "There are no underhanded tricks when you're a ninja." Naruto had then looked surprisingly annoyed. "Why do you all say the same thing? You make it sound like tricking and cheating is the right way to go." "Maybe because it is?" Sasuke had suggested with a scoff. "Well, I don't like it at all," the blonde had protested stubbornly. "Now that I'm a ninja, I'm gonna do it my way. And I'll be the best one ever and show everyone which the right way is. Believe it." And that was when Sakura had first noticed Sasuke's strange gaze. The dark-haired boy had simply stopped looking smug or even, dare she say it, arrogant, and had just observed the other ninja with respect? Comprehension? No, that wasn't exactly right. Maybe acknowledgement? Yes, that was it. Uchiha Sasuke was acknowledging Uzumaki Naruto. "Whatever," he had eventually said, dismissing the whole thing and turning away. The argument had then died away with Naruto's sputtering, and silence had descended once again, even more awkward than before, if that was even possible. Sakura had repeatedly replayed the surreal scene in her mind afterwards, failing to make sense of it, just like the strange interaction just ended about their supposed masked, silver-haired sensei. And still, one thing seemed clear. Sasuke looked at Naruto with a different gaze, certainly a better one in respect to what he reserved to her, or anyone else for that matter. The blonde idiot had somehow managed to earn the acknowledgement of the Uchiha genius, something many people strived for with no result whatsoever. Sakura wondered why and just couldn't come up with a satisfying answer. It couldn't have been Naruto's Genin status. She was one herself now and he still looked at her like she was just a bother, unfortunately, and neither could have been how the blonde had attained it. The pink-haired Kunoichi was positive Sasuke didn't know what was the big secret behind that. So, what could that have been? As she mulled this over, she resigned to just observe for the time being, with the hope to find her answer by analyzing her two new teammates. She was good at it, she told herself. She could do it. For now, though, there wasn't much to observe. Just like she had previously noticed, Naruto seemed somewhat tired and proved it by slumping on his seat and desk and unceremoniously taking a nap, while Sasuke just stayed still and quiet in his usual position and ignored everything and everyone, leaving her to just keep on wondering. It wasn't until more than another hour had passed that the classroom door suddenly slid open with a loud crashing sound. She bolted upright immediately, having almost dozed off on her desk after the boring wait. Naruto practically mirrored her, but he also mumbled a slurred "wah" before his eyes finally became alert for Real. Sasuke just turned his head slightly towards the doorway and the newcomer standing on it. Much to Sakura's secret surprise, the man in front of them was indeed silver-haired and almost completely covered by mask and head protector. He was also very tall and, despite being lean, very imposing as well. His eyebrows were raised slightly as he took in the scene. He looked at Naruto specifically. We see again, he said almost lazily. Last time I caught you stealing, now sleeping. I don't know if I can call it an improvement. Naruto blushed a little under Sakura and Sasuke's inquisitive gaze. I wasn't stealing, he protested loudly before wiping at his mouth with his orange sleeve. And I wasn't sleeping either. Sasuke scoffed at that, and the blonde blushed a little more before pointing his finger accusingly at the man on the doorway. And even if I was, it's your fault for being what? 3 hours late? What's your excuse? I got lost in the path of life, the jounin said with such a straight face that Sakura didn't know how to react to that. Was she supposed to laugh? She took her cue from Naruto on this one and just scowled at him. What a lame excuse, the blonde Genin shouted, but the man just shrugged it off. It's true. Now please, come with me to the roof. He left just like that, expecting to be followed. Sakura diligently did so, looking back at a calm-looking Sasuke and a sputtering Naruto. When they reached the academy roof, the jounin was leaning against the railing and, after he gestured for them to sit down, he started talking. So, let's begin with some introductions, likes, disliked, dreams for the future and things like that, he said, looking only vaguely interested. Who's gonna start? Why don't you do it first? Naruto asked, sounding still a bit rebellious. He sat down to Sasuke's left while she sat on the other side. Oh, me? The man said lazily. Well, my name is Hatake Kakashi. I have no desire to tell you guys my likes and dislikes. Dreams for the future? I have few hobbies. Silence followed those words before Sakura turned to her teammates. So all he told us is his name? She asked as if in need of a confirmation. The two boys just looked highly unimpressed. Now it's your turn, the jounin eventually said. Let's start on the right. Sakura visibly perked up at that as her eyes traveled to the blonde Genin who had already started introducing himself. She only listened with half an ear to what he said, though, deciding to put most of her attention in the observation of one Uchiha Sasuke. The dark-haired boy just looked uninterested at first, she noted, while Naruto talked about ramen like the obsessed he was. But when the idiot started babbling about becoming Hokage, the expression on his face changed. The pink-haired Kunoichi narrowed her eyes. Now that she knew exactly what to look for, it was impossible not to see it. Sasuke really acknowledged Naruto, there was no doubting it. What she couldn't help but continue to doubt, though, was the reason why he did that. The Uchiha genius didn't really think the blonde could become Hokage, right? Sakura shook her head slightly. That was wrong on so many levels. The answer must have been another one, she told herself while Sasuke started talking. She momentarily interrupted her reasoning to better listen to the boy's introduction and couldn't help but blush a little at his words. He was so cool. Okay. Kakashi's voice brought her back on earth. And lastly the girl, Pinky. Sakura startled a little as she turned to the man. He looked expectantly at her for a long moment before encouraging her with a vague hand gesture. She swallowed dryly. Crap, she hadn't thought about what to tell him, too distracted by her two teammates. Well, she started hesitantly, blushing slightly. My name is Haruno Sakura. The thing I like is, well, the person I like is. And, my dream for the future is. She chanced a look in Sasuke's direction at that but diverted her gaze at once, depressed. The boy's usual mask had slipped once again on his face, and its coldness and indifference, even contempt, felt like a dagger move at her chest. She didn't want to be looked at like that by Sasuke-kun. She wanted him to look at her like he looked at Naruto, with acknowledgement and respect, and maybe, why not? Love, eventually. She wanted to be his and wanted him to be hers in return. That was her dream for the future. But as her heart opened up ready to say that, or something like that anyway, her brain spun furiously against it, raging with all its might and shouting at it about how that was the last thing to say at the moment. They needed to take a page from Naruto's book here, as strange as it sounded, and try to say something, anything, as long as it was boisterous and over the top, if they wanted their real, mutual dream to come true. Her heart reiterated that it would come true anyway, eventually, because love always won in the end, to which her brain replied with a simple but firm, shut up, which seemed to settle the matter. For an instant, the dizziness this unexpected fight had caused prevented her to speak. Then, her own voice resonated in her ears. My dream for the future is to become the greatest kunoichi ever. As she blurted the words out, stiffening like she had just saw death was all she could do to avoid clasping her own hands on her mouth. What had she said? A strange, alien force compelled her to turn to the left and to the dark-haired boy sitting nearby. Sakura's eyes widened like discs when she realized there was neither indifference nor contempt on his face, but only slight surprise and curiosity. It didn't last long before coldness and scorn went back to those beautiful dark orbs. Only because of her hesitant, even panicked expression, her smug brain reasoned. Sasuke turned away again and didn't deign her of a single look for the rest of the meeting. The next hour passed by as a blur to Haruno Sakura, the news of the soon-to-happen survival training and of its failure rate being the only statements managing to temporarily shake her from her dazed state of mind. She didn't even shout at Naruto when the idiot fawned over her before leaving like the others. She walked home while reading the paper her sensei had given her and barely understanding it, Sasuke's expression at her made-up dream unshakably on her mind. Becoming the greatest kunoichi ever. Maybe she could really give it a try. Just being looked at by Sasuke-kun like that would be worth the effort. That night, Haruno Sakura fell asleep grinning sillily, grand plans about a legendary ninja career alongside a dark-haired boy dotting her recurring dreams. Reality would knock on her door, and quite loudly too, the next day. Okay, Hatake Kakashi said, his hands gripping Naruto's wrist and head firmly. The blonde ninja gritted his teeth angrily in his subdued position, his own kunai pointed at the back of his neck. He would totally kick this BSDRD's butt and get a bell. Naruto, get ready to hide. The Kyuubi immediately hissed to his host, as if sensing his foolishness. What? The Genin protested in his mind. But I want to fight him. Listen to me. You'll fight him soon enough. Let's get going, the Jounin continued unperturbed, unaware of Naruto's inner turmoil. Why not now? The blonde tried again stubbornly. I can dash. Just trust me, okay? The demon interrupted him, starting to lose his patience. Hide in the bushes. Ready? Kakashi started loosening his grip on him and Naruto tensed eagerly. Oh, come on, the Genin pleaded. What if I dash? He started to suggest, but the bijou apparently had had enough. Just hide, you little dipshit. Begin. Startled by the Kyuubi's hostility, Uzumaki Naruto wisely decided that hiding was probably the best thing to do for the moment, at least to not enrage his tenant more than he already had. When the hold on his arm and head vanished, the blonde Genin immediately jumped away and into the wooded area, mirrored, he noticed idly, by his two teammates. Thank you, Nerkun, the demon fox said with mock sweetness, his deep voice dripping with sarcasm. I feel better now. The blonde Genin was about to say something back, possibly in the most scathing manner, when Kakashi spoke up from the center of the training ground. The most important thing for a shinobi is to be able to hide yourself, he stated, and Naruto could practically feel the smugness radiating from the bijou. Tell me about it, the Kyuubi said dryly. Not having the possibility to direct it to his inner prisoner, the blonde Genin leveled his scowl on Kakashi instead. I am able to hide myself, and you should know it, he retorted. I just didn't see the reason now, that's all. The point of this whole thing is to impress your sensei. So of course he would want to see you performing at least the basics of what is expected from a shinobi, like hiding. This test is all about that. Naruto blinked owlishly. About hiding? The demon fox would have face-bombed if he could have. No, Naruto. I meant about the basics of a shinobi, he answered blandly. Ah, the blonde said as if now that finally made sense. But I thought this was about taking a bell from him. He's a Jounin, and you saw a bit of what he can do when he made a fool out of you earlier, the Kyuubi pointed out. Nobody would expect a mere Genin to be able to get a bell from him. Trust me, I fought my fair share of Jounin back in my time, and there is no way for you to succeed. So, Naruto tried tentatively, all I have to do is to try and impress him? Yes, although probably in a quirky way I have yet to figure out. But how can I do it if I just hide? The bijou rolled his eyes. Of course you don't just hide. You're gonna try to get a bell. Great! Naruto cheered, already moving to face his sensei. I'm going then. Wait! The Kyuubi called before he could reveal himself. Send a clone at least, before going yourself. Think of it as scouting your opponent's skills in advance instead of just jumping against an opponent you don't know anything about. That's exactly the kind of things that will impress Kakashi. The blonde Genin paused for a moment before nodding. That makes sense, he said as if it was a surprising thing, which annoyed the demon to no end. He then performed the Kagebunshin no Jutsu and watched as his clone entered the clearing with a determined expression. Come here and fight me. The fight, if it could even be called that, turned out weird and short. It ended with the secret technique 1,000 years of pain, after every one of the shadow clones' attack had been easily defended against by a reading Kakashi. When the copy of Naruto was dispelled, though, the Jounin appeared surprised. Kagebunshin no Jutsu, the technique that creates not just an illusion like a normal bunshin, but a real, corporeal body, the silver-haired man mused aloud while turning around. Sent to gauge my skills and take a look at just what you're gonna deal with. He looked around the bushes before opening his book again. I admit I didn't expect that. His voice didn't sound very impressed, but the roundabout praise only served to boost Naruto's morale. A second later, another 5 shadow clones sprang in existence and dashed towards the clearing and the ninja standing in the middle of it. I don't think that will be of any use, Naruto, the Kyuubi said. You can't simply attack him head-on and hope to get lucky. The blonde Genin grinned slightly at that. But I have a plan for it, he pointed out. The first clone didn't have time to use the lightning materia, and maybe that was for the best. I want to see how he fares against it now. Probably with as much nonchalance as he did against your taijutsu, the Bijou said bluntly, although interested in what the Jinchuriki had exactly in mind. I already told you, materia isn't the solution to every problem or every fight. At least, not until you can back it up with something else. Naruto just grunted at that, having heard the argument enough times already. It will impress him in any case, I think. It's a pity Tenten's got the ice materia for measurements, though. 5 now? Kakashi said, looking up from his book. But no matter how many you line up, you're just Naruto. You can't beat me with that jutsu. The blonde Genin watched intently as the Kagebunshin started their attack. At first, it seemed like it would go pretty much like last time. Despite there being more opponents, Kakashi easily parried or dodged every punch and kick the clone sent his way, while continuing to read his Ika Paradise and barely moving from his spot. For a moment, a nice impromptu tactic initiated by 3 Narutos seemed to put one of them in a favorable position to get a bell, but the silver-haired man just stopped paying attention to his book for a moment and deflected the searching hand. That went on for a couple more minutes until suddenly, every clone but one charged at once against the Jounin and managed to trap him in their midst. Even then, they didn't manage to land a single hit against the insanely strong opponent, but they were only meant to be a distraction. Naruto leaned forward eagerly from his hidden spot as the lonely Kagebunshin stayed behind while his allies attacked, quickly pulled out the lightning materia and raised it over his head. Take this, he shouted over the noise, right as the green light flashed around him. This is it, Naruto told the Kyuubi while grinning maniacally. I got him. And it surely looked like it, at least until the masked man didn't notice what was happening outside of the orange mass circling him. His only visible eye then widened in seeing the eerie fluorescence rising from the ground and in hearing the rumbling thunder above. The instant later, when the bolt of lightning came crashing down to the ground, Kakashi wasn't there anymore. From his position of vantage in the bushes, the original Naruto clearly saw the man magically appearing a few feet from where the clones were left blinking confusedly at each other and at the completely charred log in their midst. Kawarimi, he commented to the demon fox as if he didn't know already, sounding oddly pleased by it. The Kagebunshin were yet to realize what was happening when, surprisingly enough, the Jounin decided it was time for a nice demonstration. He went for the clone with the materia first, maybe because he classified him as the greatest threat or because he was isolated. Either way, he dispelled it with a swift punch and continued quickly towards the others. He had eliminated another one before the others could finally react, but it was no use anyway. He was left alone in the clearing a second later, only the already fading wisps of smoke around him showing there had been some Kage Bunshin around him. Wow! Naruto breathed out, unable to contain himself. He couldn't even see when Kakashi saved his book. He was so fast. That, the man started while dusting his clothes off lightly, was impressive. A good show of teamwork between clones coupled with a lightning jutsu. C rank from the looks of it. But still, I only had to use a kawarimi to get away. You have to do better than that if you want to pass. Naruto couldn't help but grin brightly at those words. It took him all his restraint not to stand up and brag aloud. And again, I'm proved right. The arrogance in the Kyuubi's voice effectively wiped the smile off his face, although his good mood remained. As I said, that was no use. The blonde Genin shrugged a little. What if I sent 100 Kage Bunshin? The Bijou shook his head. That would be useless as well. Kakashi would probably have to take the fight more seriously, but not even so much. What he said was right. No matter how many of you there are. It's still just you. Naruto murmured non-committal. What would you propose then? The demon was surprised to be so openly asked for his opinion, but masked it after a moment of silence. Well, Kakashi's words right now made me think, he explained. He actually praised your clone's teamwork. So how about you team up with Sasuke and Sakura? The blonde frowned. Only with Sakura, you meant? I would have meant only with Sasuke, if I had to choose. Sakura is the most useless of the two. By far. She's not dash. Naruto started to protest before the Kyuubi interrupted him, leaving him sputtering. But, anyway, I meant with both her and Sasuke now. Together. No way I'm gonna team up with the team, the Genin refused. Besides, there are only 2 bells. I'd risk ending up without one and I don't want to go back to the academy. And this is where I think the trick is, the Kyuubi exclaimed heatedly. The 2 bells? This test is all set up to put you 3 against each other, to make it a sort of competition. But Kakashi can't expect a single Genin to be able to get a bell. That's impossible. So you think he wants us to cooperate even if we know one of us will fail? Naruto asked pensively. Or maybe he wants you to understand the whole point behind this test and act accordingly. Think about it, the Kyuubi told him. He praises your clone's teamwork and tells you alone can't beat him. He practically told you what to do. The blonde started nodding slowly. I think you're right, he said, seeming persuaded before frowning. But still, teaming up with the team. Shut up, Dobe, the Bijou said amusedly, earning a low growl from the Jinchuriki. And start searching for your teammates. You don't have the whole day. I know, Naruto agreed, standing up from his position as carefully as he could. But first. A quick hand seal later and behind him, all safely hidden, a dozen Kage Bunshin appeared. Just to keep Kakashi distracted, he explained. You, he called to one clone in a small but firm voice, ducking under a tree branch and walking up to him. You're the boss. The clone in question just pointed at himself with an uncertain expression before grinning widely. Really? Boss as in boss? He asked hopefully. Yeah. The original nodded, looking serious. Just like in our boss spars. You take my place. You all try to take advantage of it, okay? He looked at his Kage Bunshin with a meaningful look, bringing a finger up to his temple. Get it? The Kyuubi listened to Naruto as he reported his orders and was slightly impressed by the plan. Surprisingly clever, he commented. But it won't be enough. The blonde Genin just shrugged as the Kage Bunshin jumped away and towards Kakashi. I know, but it won't hurt to try, right? He turned towards the woods behind him and started walking. Now, on to find my teammates and see if the team agrees with us on teamwork, he continued quietly before scowling. He'd better. Sasuke watched as Kakashi patiently waited for his students to come to him. The dark-haired boy knew better than to get out of his hiding place and into the open. If he knew the dobe a little, he wouldn't stop attacking until he got a bell or, more likely, a nice beating. He stayed hidden, then, and a minute later the foreseen new batch of clones jumped in front of Kakashi. There were 12 this time, and Sasuke wondered just how many the idiot could spawn. It took him a second to pick up that there was something strange. One of the Bunshin. It was strange, but it looked like he was Naruto, the real one. As he looked at how other clones subtly shifted in front of him in a probably involuntary show of protection, he considered the news. Maybe the dobe had a plan that required his presence and, judging by his large grin, he was also very confident about it. Kakashi had noticed it too, of course. The man was an experienced jounin, and quite a strong one from what Sasuke could tell. Observing him fight from his hiding spot had been very interesting, almost enlightening, if he could say so. Naruto had not been half bad either, scratch that. He had looked unexpectedly good. Sasuke had already caught a glimpse of how useful his so-called shadow clones could be during his chase the day before, but now they seemed doubly so. If the dobe's taijutsu had been better, he could have stood a chance in getting a bell, but as things were now, only if he pulled another big surprise out of his sleeve he could even just hope to succeed. And speaking about surprises, that strange ninjutsu of his. Demon, it looked powerful. Lightning striking from above. Sasuke had never heard about one like it. A C rank, Kakashi had said, just like his grand fireball. The jounin had avoided it with a kawarimi, a wise decision judging by the log that had replaced him. The thing was almost completely pulverized. After a little of trash-talking on both sides, Genin and jounin finally started fighting again. It soon became quite clear that even with 12 of them, the dobe couldn't even land a hit. Of course, Kakashi could not read his book either, but he looked entirely too comfortable for an outnumbered guy. And another thing seemed certain now. The original Naruto was taking part in the attack, and moreover, he was poorly masking it. The dark-haired boy shook his head slightly when the blonde just went out and started ordering everybody around, but he guessed there was no reason to hide it anymore. Kakashi had long since known the truth, just like Sasuke. While observing his fellow genin intensely, he was surprised when, after hearing a small noise and quickly turning around with a kunai in hand, he found another Naruto looking at him with a finger in front of his mouth as a sign to stay quiet. Sasuke furrowed his brow as the blonde gestured for him to follow deeper into the woods, but he curiously complied after one last glance at the fight behind his back. The blonde eventually led him to a clearing nearby, out of Kakashi's earshot, where Sakura was apparently waiting for them. Sasuke-kun, she called as soon as she saw him, but he didn't answer. How did you find me? He asked the dobe instead. I just looked for the best hiding spots and found you in the third I checked, Naruto said simply. It wasn't like you intended to hide yourself from me and Sakura-chan as well, right? Sasuke nodded curtly before narrowing his eyes. Are you a clone? The blonde flashed him a grin. You fell for it too, huh? He said cheekily. I'm the original. The one fighting Kakashi is a clone pretending to be me. Hopefully, the others will take advantage of that should Sensei go out of his way for him. Uchiha scowled but was internally impressed. He wasn't about to say it, though. I doubt that will get you a bell. Yeah, me too, Naruto surprisingly agreed. I mostly need them to buy us time. Sasuke looked at the others suspiciously. Us? The blonde nodded. Yeah. We three have to team up. Why should I do that? The dark-haired boy snapped at once. You would only get in my way. Shut up, team. Naruto barked back, glancing at Sakura and seeing her sad face. You can't do it alone. Hell, we three probably can't do that either. Then how can you expect me to cooperate with you? Because it's the whole point of this test. That finally got Sasuke's interest. He looked at the dobe with a furrowed brow. What do you mean? It's true, Sasuke-kun. Sakura stepped in shyly. I didn't believe it either when he first told me, but it makes sense. The Uchiha turned momentarily to her before looking at Naruto again. How so? As the blonde explained his reasoning, the dark-haired boy found himself thinking carefully about it. Remembering Kakashi's words both before and during the fight, he had to admit the dobe's theory was plausible. Now that I think about it, Sakura added when Naruto finished, passing just 2 genin out of 3 seems really weird. At the academy, we studied all those things about the famous 3-man teams of Konoha, like the Sannin for example. The girls saw the blonde's confused expression and explained, they were the team trained by the Sandaime and they all became legendary ninja. She quickly glanced at Sasuke, blushing a little. Tsunade-sama, reputed to be the greatest kunoichi in history, was part of that team. Wow, I didn't know that, Naruto said bemused. Ojaizen surely must be an incredible teacher. Sasuke looked at the dobe with a raised eyebrow before turning to the girl who resumed her explanation. Besides that, Ino Pig often mentions her father's three-man team and how it is one of the best in Konoha. She rolled her eyes. She says their sensei is a pervert, though. No one commented on that, and she continued. Considering this, it would be strange to leave us a member less by sending only one of us back to the academy. Plus, what if, by chance, none of us deserve that? What if we all were ready to become Genin even by Kakashi's standards? The girl shook her head. This two-bell test would practically force him to ignore that and fail one anyway. He set us up to fight amongst ourselves, Sasuke said with a nod. And he wants us to see the trick underneath that. They looked at each other and, all three of them, all at the same time, they shared a moment of complicity Sasuke had never experienced before. He didn't know what to think of it. He stopped smiling after a moment, though, when Naruto spoke up. We a team, then? Sakura nodded eagerly, looking at Sasuke hopefully. After a moment of hesitation, the dark-haired boy nodded as well. Well, this is perfect, the blonde then said with a large grin, because Kakashi just dispelled the last clone and is coming for us. How do you know that? Sakura asked a little alarmed. He told the fake me before punching him, Naruto explained. And how do you know that? Sasuke pressed on. Oh, Naruto said, finally comprehending. When Kage Bunshin die, their memories passed to me. Ah. That explained other things as well, the Uchiha thought. We better hurry, he then said firmly, quickly assessing the situation. We must lay a trap and hide ourselves. Surprisingly, Naruto spoke up again. I think I've noticed something we can use. As they quickly conceived a plan to get the bells from their tricky sensei, Sasuke found himself optimistic about it. The trap came out surprisingly good, admittedly better than the one he had previously thought of. Maybe the say was true, he considered. 3 heads were really better than 1. The day was turning out to be surprisingly interesting to one Hatake Kakashi. He had woken up in the morning, late, with the thought that it would probably be just another day, but now he was slowly starting to reconsider it. The Jounin advanced carefully into the woods, all his senses trained on the area around him. The little fights against Naruto had certainly been interesting enough to make him drop the distracted act, and now he was as alert as during a mission. He felt like the young blonde had earned at least that. Naruto had been, surprising to say the least, much stronger than he had expected, more resourceful and cunning. Using a shadow clone to scout ahead and then another one to act as if he was the original to bait him out and hopefully in a disadvantaged position. It was much better than the charge head-down approach Kakashi had first envisioned from him. And that jutsu of his. The Jounin almost got a heart attack when he saw it coming and as a lightning technique to boot. The Hokage had told him practically nothing about the so-called materia Naruto possessed, but he guessed the jutsu had been its doing, judging by the completely unusual way it had come to life. Magical stone, the old man had said, and it fit pretty well in Kakashi's opinion. Naruto's materia was the reason why he had been assigned this team, probably just as much as the presence of the last Uchiha. The Sandaime hadn't said it outright when he had talked privately with him after the meeting, but aside from teaching them, part of Kakashi's duty was to keep an eye on them and make sure they stayed, or better yet, become stable shinobi, as much as a shinobi could be stable, anyway. Sakura was probably just the filler on this team, but the girl could become a fine kunoichi if she put her academically impressive mind to it. All in all, it could have been worse, could have been better, and couldn't have been more interesting. He had thought when he had been assigned team he hadn't said anything on those lines to the Hokage, but something seemed certain in his mind. There was no way he would let Team 7 pass. Too much of a bother. He wasn't the type. Dealing with problematic children was not his forte, and even less it was with incompetent genin. Too many boring D-rank missions. No fun assassination assignments. The Uchiha. The Kyuubi. Mato Guy. God, did he even have to start on Guy in his genin team? No, there was no way he would let Team 7 pass. And so, he would have probably missed him if he hadn't been so concentrated, Sasuke hiding in a group of bushes, although Sakura crouched behind a nearby tree was easily enough to sense. He wondered if the two had just stumbled across each other or if the pink-haired girl was simply following her crush around. It didn't matter much, he reasoned, as he stepped forward as if he hadn't noticed a thing. And that was when he noticed another unusual fact. There was Naruto as well, somewhere nearby, an almost casual sniff of his sweaty scent telling him this. Kakashi's eyes narrowed, only one of them visible. Was it coincidence that all his 3 little genin were hiding around the same clearing, all at the same time? Hoping against hope, the masked man thought not, and when he finally realized just what position Naruto and Sakura were occupying, a grin threatened to slip through his lazy mask. Oh, if this turned out to be what he thought it was. As he stepped into the open space, one of the hidden genin finally moved, throwing several shuriken his way. It was Sasuke, whose aim and force weren't half bad. Such direct attacks won't work on me, he said derisively, but as he sidestepped the attack, he realized one of the flying weapons had sliced a length of rope that had been perfectly hidden behind him. He wasn't even nearby when the dozen or so knives cut through the air before embedding on a tree trunk. Instead, he had already anticipated the boy's attack and met him in mid-jump, surprising him a great deal judging by his widening eyes. "What?" he asked him amused. "You thought I would have waited for you to come at me first?" He parried Sasuke's first, panicked blow and just shoved him 10 feet away with his palms. He could practically feel Naruto's restlessness from his hiding spot, but the boy stayed put. Kakashi had purposely given him and the kunoichi his back, but they didn't budge from their position. It was clear now that they were working together and that they had some sorts of plan, and a painfully obvious one at that. The duration of Kakashi's first attack was all the time it took him to spot the other traps, his trained and experienced eye moving almost on its own volition to the places any genin and chunin would have thought about. It pleased the jounin to think the young ninja had understood the trick behind his little test, but being able to work as a team and doing it well enough to impress him were two very different things. Admittedly, he could have indulged them and played to their game, falling into the traps they had so carefully prepared and seeing where they brought him, but where was the fun in that? He wanted to see what they were capable of when their plans didn't survive the encounter with the enemy, like it often happened in the real world. That would be his second lesson. He looked down at Sasuke, ignoring everything else and practically daring Naruto and Sakura to take advantage of the situation. None of them took up the challenge, probably thinking their position too important or trusting Sasuke to complete his part of the plan alone. Kakashi could only smile, wondering how long it would take him to change their mind on that. The answer was a whole minute, seeing as that much time had passed when Naruto finally jumped out of the bushes with a battle cry, having had enough of watching Sasuke's attacks fail. Every one of his attempts at taking a bell had been thwarted with such nonchalance that the dark-haired boy almost flinched whenever his searching hand was ruthlessly batted away. Kakashi had to admit that the Uchiha's taijutsu was very, very good. He would have probably risked losing a bell if the genin had attacked him first. Now, though, it was completely impossible. He was too aware and, frankly speaking, wary of the members of Team 7 to let his guard down. Naruto had seen to that. His Aika had long been hidden in his pocket, safely away from dangerous bolts of lightning and unpredictable clones. The jounin subtly caressed it with his fingers just to make sure it was still there. "Need a hand, team?" The blonde huffed with a concentrated expression as he started with a flying kick aimed at Kakashi's sternum. The jounin twisted sideways and let the boy soar through the air until his unprotected back was in front of him. He pushed his palms out intending to shove the boy to the other side of the clearing, but the unrelenting Sasuke deflected the hit and forced him to parry a left round kick. "Shut up, dobe," the Uchiha then said, spinning around and trying a right kick. Kakashi ducked under it but had to jump backwards to avoid Naruto's punch. Feeling in a good and lenient mood, Kakashi feigned surprise and let himself be driven back a little by the pair of genin, going as far as letting Sasuke's fingers brush against the bells at his weight, making them tinkle nicely and the dark-haired boy's eyes sparkle with eagerness. The duo acted well enough together, and spurred by the jounins, struggling, tenaciously continued the attack. Kakashi only landed a hit at that juncture, and it was simply in order to make sure the one he was fighting now was really the real Naruto. When the boy didn't just dispel after his light punch but instead replied in kind, or tried to anyway, the man had to refrain from smiling. A minute later, he allowed them to push him to a trap. Dodging that led to another one, and another after that. The masked ninja found himself unbalanced and under Naruto's attack, and it was only by dropping to the ground and kicking the blonde with both his feet that he managed not to be hit for the first time that day. Of course, he was left in an even more impractical position after that, and it was exactly what the Genin had been waiting for. Rushing through seals with unexpected speed, Sasuke took a deep breath and then raised his hand to his mouth. Kakashi knew what was coming and did what they were expecting him to. A simple kawarimi later, he had appeared right where they wanted him to appear. For a moment, he saw Sakura's concentrated face in front of him as she completed her seals before he vanished again. The girl's genjutsu, meant to confuse and nauseate him probably long enough for her to take the bells, simply hit the ground while she looked open-mouthed at the empty air. Sasuke too stared for a long second before looking left, right, and up in alarm. "Below you," Kakashi said lightly, and his hand sprang out from the rock beneath the Genin and gripped his left ankle. "Doten. Shinju Zanshu no Jutsu." When the boy was buried neck-deep underground a second later, the masked man surfaced again and just jumped up to Sakura, who practically kicked blindly in his direction. "Too slow, Pinky," he said, easily dodging the blow and bringing his hands up to form a seal. "Megan. Narukomi no Jutsu." There was a moment of silence, and then the pink-haired girl turned around in surprise before shrieking horribly and fainting. Maybe he had exaggerated a little. "Sakura-chan!" Naruto shouted after her high-pitched scream, slowly starting to get up again after Kakashi's blow. "What did you do to her?" The jounin didn't answer. Instead, he rounded on the wobbling blonde, easily parrying his desperate punch before chanting, "Konoha Senpu." It wasn't like him to just shout the names of every technique he used a split second before using them, but he guessed this would get the point across better than anything else. When he was the only one left standing inside the clearing, he just dusted his cloths off before turning to Sasuke, or better his head, who was eyeing him with mixed feelings of wonder and anger. "Ninjutsu, Genjutsu, and Taijutsu," he said with a smile. "The three main arts of a shinobi. There are many more, but these are the basic ones. This is the third lesson of the day." Naruto groaned from the ground before rolling carefully on his back. Kakashi glanced at him a moment before walking lazily to where Sakura had passed out. A murmured, "Kai," was all it took to free her from the genjutsu and slowly make her wake up. From the training ground nearby, the alarm clock he had set upon the wooden stumps rang brightly. All three genin looked up at that, Sakura managing to shake the dizziness off her eyes. "Time's up," Kakashi said, patting his side. "And the bells are still here. You fail." There was shock on the genin's features, although for a different reason for Sakura. "Sasuke-kun," the pink-haired girl shouted, scrambling to her feet before stopping suddenly. "Oh, genjutsu." Naruto sat up and looked at her and then at Kakashi, shock leaving place to confusion on his face. "What, we failed? But we dash." "You got the point of the test, yes," the silver-haired man interrupted him. "It was designed to make you fight amongst yourselves and act alone instead of as a team. But you saw the trick. You saw underneath the underneath like a ninja should always do. You worked together to get the bells, but you didn't. You only partly succeeded in the test." There was a meaningful pause after that as Kakashi leaned forward with a smile. "That's the only reason why I'll give you one more chance. But after lunch, I'll make it even tougher to get the bells." The genin gulped almost contemporarily, as a team you could say, looking at each other with worry on their faces. Soon, though, a glint of determination started glimmering in their eyes and they turned to Kakashi again. The masked man refrained from smiling, opting to look lazy instead. He had been tempted to pass them right away, but wanted to see something else first. "Those who can get to the stumps on their own can eat the lunch I brought," he said brightly. "What about Sasuke?" Sakura asked hesitantly, glancing at the dark-haired boy's head sticking out of the ground. "If you can't walk to the lunch, then you don't deserve it," the jounin said, suddenly sounding harsh. "If anyone gives him food or helps him out of there, they will fail immediately and be sent to the academy, no more chances. I'm the rules here. Got it?" He didn't even wait for them to answer. After a dangerous glare, he jumped away and out of sight. He stayed nearby, though, observing from a hidden spot what would happen. Sakura dropped her head depressed, while Naruto frowned a little. I will be free in no time anyway, Sasuke commented eventually, wriggling underground and struggling to get his hands on his kunai pouch. Naruto looked at him strangely for a moment and seemed to come to a decision. After casting suspicious looks around, he grinned mischievously and walked up to him. "Team, you're useless," he said, crouching down with a kunai in hand. He started digging around him under his fellow Genin's glare. "Dobe, stop it." "I'll do it alone," the dark-haired boy snapped. "Didn't you hear what Kakashi said?" "Well, he's not here now, is he?" the blonde barked back. "And stop being so stuck up. I'm trying to help you." After hesitating for an instant, Sakura took a kunai of her own and started mirroring Naruto. "I don't need your help." Sasuke protested angrily. "Well, you have it anyway," Naruto replied. "So shut up." Kakashi had seen enough. He jumped out of his hiding spots, raising as many leaves and dust he could and sporting the most terrifying expression he could come up with. "You guys?" He growled dangerously before smiling suddenly. "Pass." Silence descended on the clearing for a couple of seconds as Sakura and Naruto stayed frozen with their kunai raised in a defensive stance, two identical expressions of shock and fright on their faces. Then the blonde blinked his eyes and the pink-haired Kunoichi took a long and shuddering breath. "Pass?" she stammered. "What?" "The bells." "I never expected 3 genin like you to be able to get the bells from me," he explained. "The test was just intended to see if you could overcome the difficulties and work together, as well as to assess your individual skills, of course." "Naruto," he said, and the blonde blinked, "you acted intelligently by sending a clone in reconnaissance and worked pretty well with your clones. Sasuke, just like Naruto, you already have a pretty good offensive ninjutsu and your taijutsu is well above the level of a freshly appointed genin. Pinky," he continued before pausing and resuming in a softer voice. "I can't assess your physical prowess for you didn't take part in the actual fights, but the genjutsu you tried to hit me with was much more impressive than academy-level ones. I also understand that the traps around the clearing and the plan to attack me after my kawarimi were your doing, right?" The girl gulped hesitantly before shaking her head. "Only some of the traps were mine and the last idea was Naruto's." Kakashi, surprised, turned to the blonde to his left who only shrugged a little self-consciously. "During my Kagebunshin attacks, I noticed that all the 3 times you used kawarimi to escape, you targeted the nearest log to you," he explained. "I thought that by forcing you to use the technique and by knowing where you would have ended up, we could have caught you with your pants down. That was a repeated pattern I voluntarily showed you exactly for that," the Jounin explained. "To trick you into thinking you could exploit that seemingly predictable behavior of mine. A false weakness, if you like," he added when it seemed. Naruto wasn't getting it. "I literally disseminated the test with such things. Sasuke even tried to take advantage of some of them during our fight, probably unconsciously judging by his surprised expression." He smiled at the quickly recomposing boy before turning to the blonde genin once again. "In those instances, you just looked underneath the situation and stopped there. You didn't look underneath the underneath. It's not so easy to do that though, not so young anyway. You'll get there with time." "They were all tricks," Naruto suddenly said, unsure whether to feel disappointed or awed. "The whole test was a trick." The silver-haired man frowned. "It may be tricky to get to the point of the test, but that didn't make it a trick. The important teaching remains," he said seriously. "Teamwork makes you better. It's as simple as that." He looked down to the boy partly trapped underground and asked, "Sasuke, have you ever been close to get a bell during the test?" The Uchiha, still surreptitiously trying to free himself, stopped his discreet wriggling and frowned. "Once," he said. "When was it?" "When the Dobe and I were attacking together." "Hey!" Naruto protested, but Kakashi ignored him. "That's right," the Jounin agreed. "You were even able to touch them. Had you managed that before?" The dark-haired boy just shook his head. "That didn't happen by chance," Kakashi continued at that point. "It was yours and Naruto's skills combined that gave you that opportunity. Teamwork is the key to resolve a situation a shinobi alone can't hope to resolve. Of course, superior individual ability is important to a ninja, but it pales when compared to teamwork. He stared at his genin intently. Becoming the greatest kunoichi, becoming Hokage, even killing a certain man, they will all be easier to achieve with the help of your team. Believe me. Naruto smiled brightly at that, almost dreamily, while Sasuke just looked pensive. Sakura, instead, seemed to think carefully before speaking up in the silence that followed. "May I ask you a question, sensei?" she asked hesitantly and continued at his nod. "Why are you passing us now? Why not before, when the alarm clock rang? I mean, what was that scary behavior all about?" Kakashi just smiled at her. "You guys are the first to act as you did when I threatened you about not freeing Sasuke. Every other team I had been assigned just did whatever I told, and I failed them. They were all just morons." He leaned back after that, and a short string of hand seals later, the ground shook all around Sasuke before elevating him to freedom. The boy straightened his back and rolled his shoulders once, putting his dirty kunai away and eyeing the jounin warily. He tried to dust himself off, but his cloths and skin were too covered in mud and soil for that. Kakashi's smile grew larger and then sadder at the sight of what was known throughout the whole village and outside as the last Uchiha. Those who break the rules and codes of the ninja world are called trash. He resumed, stepping back a few feet just as his mind did a few years into the past. "But you know what? Those who don't care about their teammates are lower than trash." The man enjoyed Naruto's odd look for a second more before doing something he had always been tempted to do in the past, something he would later swear to death he never did. He tried Guy's nice guy pose. He tried it without the annoying wink, though, and the creepy smile, and the ridiculous haircut. He practically took all Guy off his pose. Needless to say, it came out cooler. "That ends the training. All of you pass," he commented finally. "Starting tomorrow, Team 7 will begin its duties." Much cheering followed the declaration as Naruto and Sakura shouted their joy, while Sasuke just looked slightly happier. Kakashi started walking away, gesturing for them to come with him. "Let's get back to the stumps now, and eat some lunch." "Why are your stomachs all growling anyway?" he asked innocently. As Naruto sputtered indignantly, the jounin smiled to himself. He had passed them. He had passed a team. Looking on as Pinky, the Dobe and the team, God, they sounded like a bad animated movie, bantered between each other. Hatake Kakashi couldn't help but wonder if his decision wouldn't just come back to bite him in the butt. With the umpteenth puff of smoke, the last shadow clone disappeared from the wooded area, leaving only the original Naruto under the afternoon sun. The blonde genin was breathing quickly and wiping the sweat off his brow, while wondering if he had ever felt this tired before. This all-against-one thingy was one hell of a training. Fighting against 50 Kage Bunshin had turned out to be much more difficult than he had first thought. He discovered that as soon as the clones had started attacking, 1 second after he had given the order. In an instant, Naruto had found himself overwhelmed by the sheer number of Bunshin and not really understanding much except that he was being manhandled badly. He had immediately cried out for them to stop after that and, nursing a bleeding lip, he commented that maybe going with a lower number or a softer approach was in order. They had selected the latter eventually, but the blonde had still been brought to his limits by the fast pace. The only thing keeping him from being beat to death had probably been the clone's duration. The fact they only lasted until you hit them was a huge drawback in his opinion. Outside of battle, though, there really was no limit to the technique. It was the most useful and practical jutsu he had ever heard of, much less known of. The Kyuubi had been helpful on this matter too, often pointing out new ways he could use shadow clones to improve his skills or even his everyday life. During missions, the Kage-bunshin turned out to be lifesavers. Or better, bore-savers. When Kakashi-sensei told him they would start their ninja duties, Naruto didn't think he was talking about those. Picking up groceries, weeding gardens, repairing fences, the blonde hadn't expected any of those duties to be part of his life, especially not after becoming a shinobi. But now he would have to get used to them, because no matter how much he protested as a genin, and a freshly appointed one at that, he could only be assigned these boring kill-me-now-D-rank missions, and that was it, according to both Kakashi, Irika, and the Hokage. Still, if he knew himself a little, he was going to explode sooner or later. There was no way he could endure this kind of things for long, and he told Kakashi so after a particularly terrible mission. At those words, the man had only smiled in his eerie and creepy way and assured him things would get worse. That sentence had left Naruto baffled. What was worse than unclogging the stinking toilet of a decrepit old man? Surely, nothing. But the doubt had been instilled in his mind anyway, just like pretty much every time his silver-haired sensei opened his mouth. The man was, simply put, a walking enigma. It seemed like everything he said could be interpreted in more than one way, and the most obscure one was usually the right one. It was irritating for Naruto, who never was one to think deeply into others' words or actions, but it was also awe-inspiring seeing just how far Kakashi could push himself and most of all his genin towards a secret and hidden teaching. The Kyuubi had been helpful in these instances as well, just like Sakura and, incredibly enough, Sasuke. The three genin of the team had, in fact, started cooperating in more than just missions, and unmasking their sensei's words was one of them. They often questioned each other about what Kakashi could have meant by saying or doing something, or whenever one of them thought they had unraveled one of his mysteries, they told the others about it. It had started almost by chance when Sakura first approached her two teammates the second day of duties, voicing her suspicions about Kakashi's previous order. In the next days, those situations recurred more often, and it practically became a habit for them to share their thoughts about their sensei's hidden meanings. Naruto honestly thought that they were starting to overdo it. Seeing underneath the underneath was one thing. Seeing a secret teaching behind every single action or word was another. Surely Kakashi couldn't plan his every move in advance just to make sure everything his students learnt was born from an effort on their parts, right? And yet, he had to wonder. The man seemed to look at them in a different way when they acted on their suspicions, almost as if he was pleased or sometimes surprised. Unfortunately, straight, non-enigmatic comments proving their doubts right were very, very rare, unlike during the bell test. Once become his genin, they apparently had to sweat, and profusely, to gain just about anything, from praises to explanations, which were now kept to a minimum. But Naruto was used to that and to worse. The academy had seen to that. He didn't care, anyway. He knew he was getting better and that was enough for him. His spars with the Kagebunshin were improving his taijutsu and his two materia were both impressive ninjutsu. And he would get more of them. Naruto frowned as his mind drifted to the girl who still had his ice materia. More than a week had passed since he first met Tenten in her secret forge under the commercial district, and, as agreed, he had gone back to meet her to get his brand new holster. Unfortunately, the secret passage had been closed and blocked and no one inside had answered to his knocking or whispering. Naruto had gathered that the girl wasn't around and settled for leaving a clone to keep an eye on the alley until she got back. But she didn't. 2 days had passed now, and there had still been no sign of Tenten. The Kyuubi was already starting to get angry and snappy about it, insinuating that he had been tricked and suggesting he went after the girl to get back his materia by any means. Naruto didn't listen to him. He wasn't so easy to distrust people despite his admittedly unlucky past in that regard, and just reasoned that Tenten had been distracted or kept busy by something else. She was a ninja herself, after all. Maybe she had been called for a long-term mission or something. The reasons could be many others. He wasn't going to panic just yet. Naive, the Kyuubi had called him, amidst a lot of other more endearing epithets, but again, Naruto didn't care. Wiping the frown off his face, the blonde stood up from his seated position, his breath finally calm and steady after his tiring workout. He stretched his back with a contented sigh and started recovering the weapons scattered all around. That was something else he could buy from Tenten if the holster didn't result too expensive for his Gamachan. His current kunai and shuriken were so worn they almost didn't stick to tree trunks when he threw them. Oh, if they were cheap ones to begin with. He was simply looking around to check if he had missed something when he felt it, a weak, feeble pull to the north. Another materia. He stayed still for the first few seconds, puzzled as to why he had sensed it so suddenly. It wasn't like he had moved much further from the clearing he had previously used as a battleground, just a few feet. Maybe he had simply been too distracted to notice, he thought, but that too seemed very strange. The fact that the presence of the materia had appeared suddenly and not gradually was. What the hell? He let out incredulously. The materia, it was gone. As suddenly as it had appeared, its presence had simply vanished from his senses as if it had never been there. What the hell did it mean? Hey Fox, he started hesitantly. Did you feel it? Ah, so you finally felt it, didn't you? Was the Kyuubi's reply. But I think so. Naruto frowned, puzzled. Did it just disappear? Just like that? Yeah. It's been doing that all week, popping up for a minute or so before going back to wherever it was. The blonde made a non-committal sound at that. So this is why you insisted I trained around here, in the outskirts near the northern gate, he said after a moment of insight. You wanted me near enough to sense it. Yeah, and it took you only a week to do it, the demon replied sarcastically. Naruto ignored his tone, opting for an annoyed one instead. Why didn't you just tell me? For the same reason why I didn't tell you about the materia at the Hokage Tower and won't tell you about any other I sense in the future, the Bijou said seriously. It's something you have to do on your own. You can't rely on me for that. Naruto blinked his eyes quizzically. Why not? It's not like you're going anywhere. The Kyuubi growled dangerously. Thanks for reminding me. Indeed, I won't leave your side anytime soon. But we can't say the same in regards to your Kagebunshin, can we? That's right. Naruto shouted inside his head, finally comprehending. My clones don't get your annoying comments every time, every day because you don't get cloned. The demon decided to ignore the annoying part. Exactly. So if you ever sent a Kagebunshin around and he stumbled upon a materia, he wouldn't even notice, not being proficient in sensing it. Okay, I get it. The young Genin nodded seriously. I guess it's important then. I could even train myself about it, he mused out loud. Maybe sending clones around the village with their own cloned materia and then trying to find them. Something like hide and seek. Good idea. Widening your perceiving range should be really useful. But let's save it for later. The Bijou's deep voice sounded eager. Now that you finally noticed it, it's time to find this elusive materia of ours. Yeah, but it disappeared, Naruto pointed out unhelpfully. I can't feel it now. Neither can I, the Kyuubi admitted. Let's just start by taking a look around the general area where we sensed it. We might get lucky. They did get lucky, although more than half an hour later. Naruto was checking a large group of bushes in what he considered the materia's general direction when it suddenly appeared again on his senses. His head snapped up to the north, and a second later he was already sprinting at the top of his speed. He stopped feeling its presence way before arriving to the northern gate, which stared imposingly down at him with its closed doors, but he noticed a small group of his Kagebunshin gathered nearby. There were 6 of them, but right as he stepped up to their little huddle, one of them burst out in a cloud of smoke and passed his memories down to him. The original Naruto blinked owlishly before speaking up, startling the other clones who had yet to notice he was behind them. I'm right here. Whoa, boss, a Bunshin said in surprise, turning around and bringing a hand up to his chest. Are you trying to dispel us by heart attack? Naruto grinned. Maybe. So what's up? Another clone shook his head. You should know. We just forced suicide on one of us to inform you. He raised his arm to point to his left anyway. I got here first. The materia's right over there. The original blonde scrunched his eyes a little, staring hard at the outer wall of Konoha and at the evident stones stuck high on it. Isn't it blue? The Kagebunshin exchanged some uneasy looks. We think so. One said uncertainly. Strange, Naruto commented as he continued to look up at the clearly blue spot on the otherwise gray wall. We thought you could have asked the Kyuubi about it, another clone offered. Naruto nodded at the suggestion but hadn't even started speaking mentally to his tenant that the fox immediately piped in. I'm not deaf, he commented idly. Don't need to repeat yourself. Sorta. There was a somewhat awkward pause before the Bijou resumed. Anyway, I don't really know why the materia is blue instead of green, but I can guess. It probably has something to do with its powers. Naruto immediately started reporting what was being said in the silent conversation, leaving out the useless parts, of course. What do you mean? He then asked the Kyuubi. I mean, it will probably have a different use than the two, or better, the one we already have. Naruto ignored the barb at what the demon considered his naivete regarding Tenten. He was getting good at that kind of things thanks to all the practice his annoying tenant forced on him. How different? One of the clones wanted to know after being told the bijuu's reply. I don't know yet. Maybe it's its effect, or even its inner workings, the Kyuubi said. We won't know until we try. Maybe it has something to do with why it suddenly appears and disappears from our senses, the original Naruto reasoned pensively, but his own clones shook their heads. Wrong, boss, one said, nodding towards the gates. I was already here when it happened. Just when the doors closed after letting in a caravan of merchants, I couldn't feel the materia anymore. Really? Yeah, another Bunshin agreed. The materia can only be sensed when the gate is open. And it can't be a coincidence. Or at least, we don't think so. Naruto murmured non-committally before shrugging. Who cares? Let's just get our hands on it. Silence followed the declaration as everyone present just looked up at the materia stuck high on the wall. Really, really high. Well, the original blonde said hesitantly. Let's give it a try at least. The next 10 minutes were spent in various attempts, some more ridiculous than others, to actually get to the materia. More than 100 of Shadow Clone's lives ended in those 10 minutes. When a pyramid of Kage Bunshin fell down dispelling everyone, Naruto shook his head in annoyance. He had tried everything he could think of with embarrassing results, only useful to give the watching Kyuubi some good laughs. What can we do? He whispered in frustration and could only jump in fright when an unexpected voice answered him from behind. The real question is another one. Turning around, the startled Genin just stared with wide eyes at the man leaning against a tree trunk. He had brown hair and sharp eyes, and though he was facing Naruto almost completely, the orange-clad boy could see that what he at first thought was a bandana, in reality was a leaf head protector. The ninja, a jounin from the look of things, leaned forward a little, the senbon in his mouth switching from one corner to the other. What exactly are you trying to do? Naruto's eyes shifted around with uneasiness. Nothing? He half-asked and the other rolled his eyes. Please, the shinobi said in a bored tone. At least your first attempts were somewhat subtle. I can't say the same about that circus number just now. We could see and hear the ruckus all the way from the gate. They weren't so loud, the blonde protested weakly, earning a look of disbelief from the brown-haired ninja. Are you kidding me? He retorted. My ears are still ringing for all the yells and the puffing sounds. The orange-clad Genin frowned slightly before conceding the point. Okay. Maybe they were a little noisy. But I would like to hear you during the fall of a human pyramid, Senbongai, he commented pointedly. The newcomer seemed to think it over before actually answering. I don't think I would ever take part to a human pyramid, but I get your point. So, you never answered my question, he continued, growing away from the tree and taking a step in the Genin's direction. What were you trying to do? Naruto looked down at his feet in an annoyed fashion. I was trying to reach the top of the wall. You weren't trying to escape the village. The man stated with certainty and Naruto grumbled something under his breath. What was that? I said, the boy repeated in a louder voice. That would have been far easier. The jounin nodded his head. Considering how many clones you used, you could have climbed to and over the top easily enough. Instead, you were trying to create a somewhat stable position somewhere beneath it, am I right? When the Genin just nodded, the man narrowed his eyes. Why? Naruto raised his chin defiantly and glared slightly at the shinobi. There's something mine stuck on the wall. And I want it. The jounin just raised an eyebrow both at the boy's words and at his display of defiance. His senbon rolled to the other corner of his mouth. That's impossible, he said eventually, after staring the Genin down. An ANBU team checks it regularly. It actually did that just a couple of minutes before you started throwing shadow clones all over the place. Whatever you lost, it's not stuck on the wall. Naruto scowled. ANBU can't see it, he said hotly before amending hesitantly. From down here. The man snorted lightly. There's no down here, boy. They checked the wall thoroughly while on it. Now the orange-clad ninja was confused. While on it, "What do you mean?" he asked, and the Jounin looked at him skeptically. "When I saw you earlier, I thought you just couldn't do the tree climbing exercise. But I see you don't even know about it." He rolled his eyes, while going over to a nearby trunk and climbing it up to show what he was talking about to the now stunned Genin. "Really? What does the academy teach these days?" Naruto was ecstatic and wide-eyed. "Wow. How do you do that?" he asked breathlessly, witnessing as the man walked up and down the tree as if it was the most normal thing in the world. The brown-haired ninja finally jumped down to the ground to face him. "With chakra," he said simply before shooting a look in the gate's direction. He moved the sinban in his mouth left and right before speaking up again. "I better go back to the post now. They pay me to guard it after all. But I can teach you if you come with me." "Really?" the blonde asked at once, his blue eyes even wider. "Would you do that?" "Why not?" The man shrugged before grumbling under his breath. "It's not like I'm overburdened by work anyway." He turned around and walked calmly out of the woods. Naruto followed him excitedly, almost skipping around like a happy puppy. When they arrived to the gate, another shinobi looked at them with a curious expression on his face as he stood at the side of the big doors, now closed. "Hello," the man greeted Naruto weakly before coughing once. He was really pale, or maybe the dark bags under his sunken eyes just gave that impression. He smiled feebly at the boy before giving his attention back to his fellow guard. "So, what was he up to, Genma-san?" The brown-haired ninja, or Genma, Naruto guessed, shrugged his shoulders. "He says there's something he wants stuck on the wall. I took pity of him and his pathetic attempts at reaching it and decided to teach him the tree climbing exercise." The other man chuckled lightly while the Genin sputtered indignantly. "Very nice of you. But I'm hopeless with kids," Genma continued, "so you're going to lend me a hand, Hayate?" Said Hayate coughed twice before turning to the blonde Genin. "I guess it's very nice of me too then. I'm Gekahate, pleased to meet you." The orange-clad ninja didn't let this chance pass. "I'm Uzumaki Naruto, the future Hokage of Konoha," he shouted while pointing at himself with his right thumb and grinning. "Believe it?" Genma didn't quite roll his eyes, but his skeptic expression earned him a light scowl from the boy. "I'll believe it when I see it," he commented idly. "You'll see that soon, Senbungai." The man sighed while Hayate just raised his eyebrows. He coughed once. "Senbungai? I think he has a thing for lame nicknames," the brown-haired shinobi explained, this time rolling his eyes all right. "I'm surprised he still didn't call you Siko-san or something." The sick-looking ninja coughed again as if to make a point while Naruto nodded thoughtfully. "That's a good one," he said. "Now," Genma resumed, making it clear he wanted the topic to change. "Let's start the lesson. First thing first, why do you want to learn the tree climbing exercise?" "In order to walk up that wall and get what's mine?" the blonde Genin said as if it was obvious. "Wrong, there's nothing stuck there, I already told you," the brown-haired Jounin corrected, ignoring Naruto's scowl. "And even if there was something, that would only be the short-term benefit of tree climbing. If you consider long-term gains, instead, the exercise offers you invaluable help. Traveling, for example, makes mastering the exercise pretty much a necessity for a shinobi. You will rarely travel at ground level when on a mission outside Konoha. You will instead stick to the branches of the trees or even on rooftops when in other towns." Genma made sure the Genin was following before continuing. "Then there's your stamina. By using the chakra needed to practice the exercise, your reserves will slowly but steadily increase. Now, judging by how many clones you were spamming before, I guess you have lots already, but it's never enough, isn't it?" "Yeah." Naruto cheered. "I'll be even more awesome." The brown-haired ninja ignored the boy's interruption before resuming. "But ultimately, you want to learn it for chakra control." "Chakra control?" "Yes," Hayate piped in with a small smile. "There's a reason why it is an exercise." "Exactly," Genma agreed. "Practicing tree climbing is one of the most effective basic training methods to get better in controlling your chakra." "Why?" the young Genin asked curiously. "Because it consists in gathering the exact amount of energy to one's feet, which are said to be the less sensitive body parts when it comes to chakra." The sick-looking man smiled down at him. That means it may be difficult. Are you up to it? The blonde looked affronted. You bet I am. Then stop wasting time, the brown-haired shinobi said, clapping his hands once. Get to it. With a fierce look on his face, Uzumaki Naruto ran towards the wall and jumped on it, only to fall back down on his head a short second later. Genma, hey, commented while Naruto grabbed his nape in pain. Maybe you should have made him try a seal to better call up the chakra? The ninja looked at the boy rolling wildly on the ground dispassionately. Right. 2 nights later, Uzumaki Naruto woke up to a deep voice echoing inside his head. There's someone in the room. The blonde blinked his eyes twice before almost jumping away from the bed when the words finally sank in. He then looked around in alarm and easily spotted the clone standing warily a few feet from him. Calm down, boss, the Kage Bunshin said soothingly, shifting his eyes to the kunai in Naruto's hands. The Genin hadn't even noticed he had pulled it out. Wadash, he tried to say but had to stop in order to swallow the lump in his throat. He felt groggy all right. It wasn't very nice to wake up like that. He glanced at the window and saw it was still completely dark outside. What time is it? What's happening? Well, the shadow clone started hesitantly. It's probably 3 in the morning. Maybe later. We tried to wake you up by dispelling 2 of us, but apparently their memories weren't enough. Naruto nodded vaguely and yawned tiredly. What happened? He asked in a barely comprehensible growl as he lazily stretched his spine, putting the kunai away. Aren't those memories coming to you? The blonde stopped suddenly, almost freezing in his awkward position before lowering his arms again. No, he said perplexed. That's strange. Maybe that doesn't work when you're asleep, the clone suggested quietly. Another Bunshin should have dispelled himself just about now. I actually thought you had woken up that suddenly for that reason, but I guess it was probably my fault. He frowned harshly. Was I really that noisy? No, well, I don't think so, the original Naruto said hesitantly. It was the Kyuubi who woke me up. He told me someone was in the room. Speaking of which, how did you know? The demon snorted before answering. I heard him. He actually was that noisy. But how did you hear him? The young Genin insisted, while raising a hand up to stall the clone in front of him from speaking. Remember our conversation with the Hokage? The one about my awareness of the outside world while being inside of you? I said I can see what you see and hear what you hear, if you recall. The bijou snorted again before resuming. Of course, all I see is blackness when your eyes are closed. I would have known the intruder was your clone if that hadn't been the case, and I wouldn't have warned you at that point. But I can always listen to our surroundings, even when you sleep. It's not like you close your ears or anything. Naruto nodded his head at the explanation but still looked curious. What about when you sleep? There was a long pause before the reply. I never slept once since I was imprisoned in here. Oh, why not? I don't know, I just can't, the Kyuubi said in a somewhat subdued tone. It's one of the things I miss the most. The blonde didn't really know what to say to that, so he just lowered his arm and focused on the Kage Bunshin, patiently waiting for the silent conversation to finish. So? Said Bunshin asked interestedly. Naruto shrugged. He says he heard you. Okay, the other said with the tone of someone who had expected more. He shrugged his shoulders as well before grinning excitedly. Anyway, we got it down. What? We got it down, the Bunshin repeated animatedly. The tree climbing exercise. We got it down. Naruto was about to say something but then closed his mouth as his brow furrowed. Why are you talking normally, then? This is something you should shout and cheer about. The whole neighborhood should wake up with a start for your yells. The clone tilted his head to the side, looking as if he hadn't even thought about that. A second later he let out a loud whoop of joy. Hell yeah! We got it down. Yeah, the original blonde shouted back, now fully awake and grinning. He pumped a fist in the air and then high-fived his own copy. Now that's better. Nice. The Kage Bunshin chuckled a little. Yeah, we thought you would have liked to know it immediately. Maybe even tried to take the materia right away. Naruto nodded after a moment of consideration. Let me get changed first though, he said, discarding his pajama bottoms at once. He finished dressing 5 minutes later and immediately jumped after his departing clone. They ran through the desert streets of the village and the dark woods preceding the northern gate, safely keeping to the shadows of the night out of habit. When they eventually got to the gate, another dozen or so Narutos were running up and down the outer wall of Konoha under the mildly amused gaze of the 2 doors guards standing nearby. "Boss," one of the clones shouted as soon as he saw him. "We did it." The orange-clad ninja finally stopped in front of them. "I can see that. It's amazing." Another clone cheered, jumping down with a slight grimace. "A little tiring after a while, though." Naruto grinned excitedly at that. "I really can't wait to try it. Come on, guys, pop out of my way. I need your memories." There was a moment of confused silence. "Didn't you get 3 sets already?" one particularly puzzled Kage Bunshin eventually asked, but Naruto shook his head. "Nope. I was asleep when those clones dispelled and have no recollection of your night whatsoever." "Oh," was everyone's disappointed reply. Before disappearing with white puffs of smoke, though, all the Bunshin turned to the 2 ninja nearby with happy smiles. They thanked them profusely and honestly one by one, even though some weren't exactly coming off as very polite, all with the Sicko-san and Senbongai, they were yelling. Naruto grinned widely as the newly acquired information streamed inside his head. "Bunch of brats." He heard Genma murmuring under his breath. "Did they behave?" the blonde Genin asked him innocently. "Pretty much like you would have, I suspect," was the dry plain answer. "You got their memories this time around, right?" "Yep. I don't know why it didn't happen while I was sleeping." "Maybe you simply treated those memories like dreams," Hayate suggested reasonably, "and forgot about them when you woke up." "It's possible," Genma admitted. "I don't know all that much about the Kage Bunshin no Jutsu." "Bah, who cares? I didn't come here in the middle of the night to talk about that," Naruto said eagerly, turning to the outer wall of Konoha. "Give it a try, then." Tree, or better wall climbing, turned out to be even easier than what his clone's memories suggested. The young blonde ran up and down the smooth, vertical surface without any problem for several minutes, applying the necessary chakra as if he had done that his whole life. He even experimented with some long jumps or slides of sorts by altering the amount of energy used, and found out he had a good grasp of those as well. It was fun, and when he jumped down back to the ground and in front of the 2 gates guards, he couldn't help but grin happily in their direction. "You're pretty good, Naruto," Hayate commented with a cough. "Yeah," Genma agreed. "It's surprising. From the first few tries yesterday, I thought it would have taken you a week, maybe 2, to really learn the exercise. But I guess that using several Kage Bunshin to train cut down that time significantly." "Yeah, I'm awesome," the young Genin said cheerily, pumping a fist in the air. "Now I can finally take the materia." "The what?" "The thing I was talking about," Naruto explained. "You know, the one stuck on the wall." "And what would that be exactly?" Genma asked with his brow furrowed. "You'll see," was the mysterious answer. And with that, the blonde ninja dashed up the wall and to the right. The 2 shinobi left on the ground exchanged a dubious look before the brown-haired one let out a weary sigh. "I'll go after him." Genma easily caught up with Naruto after a few seconds, agilely flanking him to where the boy was headed. They came to a stop a few feet from the top of the wall, more or less across the thick bushes from where the Genin had tried his pyramid of Kage Bunshin the day before. "Here it is," the blonde said excitedly, staring down at the portion of wall in front of his feet. Genma actually crouched down to take a closer look. "What are you talking about?" Naruto glanced at him before rolling his eyes. "You can't see it." "I can't see what?" "The materia," the boy said, pulling a kunai out of his holster and using it to point at some sort of circular crack on the otherwise smooth wall. "It's let's say a sphere, stuck right here." Genma peered at it even more attentively, and he had to admit that the part the boy was currently poking with his kunai did look slightly different than the rest. It was a lighter shade of gray and seemed less raw compared to the porous quality of the surface around it. Could it be that Naruto was right about it? The thought completely flew away from his head when the boy started chiseling at the wall a second later. The the man cursed, stopping Naruto's arm at once. A small piece of rock tumbled down to the faraway ground. "What the hell are you doing?" "Let go," the blonde protested, trying to free his arm. "I'm taking it. That's what I'm doing. Let go." "No way. You're coming with me." A few seconds later, the pair was back to the ground again, standing in front of Hayate. Genma finally freed Naruto from his grasp and scowled at him. The Genin scowled back, sputtering indignantly in the meantime. Hayate's cough interrupted the glowering contest for a moment. What happened?" "He tried to kill himself and my ninja career with a kunai," Genma said dryly, the senbon in his mouth rolling from one corner to the other repeatedly. "What? I didn't." "Yes, you did. Do you know how dangerous the wall is?" The brown-haired ninja rounded on the angry Genin. "There are seals carved on the other side that could literally blast most summon to pieces, and you just tried to dig down till them to find out what they do to a human body. Not to talk about what that could have done to the wards they enable, which are the main protection of the village." The Kyuubi piped in with his deep voice at that. "That would explain the materia's strange trick of appearing and disappearing from our senses," he reasoned. "The seals of the wall must hide its presence somehow, at least when the doors are closed. It has probably something to do with Master Takegawa's theorem about chakra circuits." Naruto frowned both at the Kyuubi and at Genma. "I don't know anything about all that, but I wasn't going to dig so deep, just a few inches. The wall looks as thick as hell to me anyway." "It is," Hayate confirmed, trying to calm the spirits down a little now that he had a fairly good understanding of what had happened. He sent an almost pleading look in his fellow Jounin's direction before resuming. "But it's also quite dangerous. You must be extremely cautious when dealing with it." "I was only trying to take what's mine," the young blonde whined, slightly mollified by the soft tone of the sick-looking shinobi. He turned belligerent again, though, as soon as his eyes shifted back to Genma. "And I will take that, be sure of it. And we will try to help you as much as we can," Hayate replied soothingly. "But it would be easier if you actually told us what that is." Silence followed the request as Naruto mulled it over for some seconds. Then he reached inside his pocket and pulled his materia out. "This." Genma blinked at it, his senbon stopping. The sphere in the boy's hand certainly looked similar in color and material to the portion of wall he had pointed at a few minutes before. Hayate coughed. "A rock?" "It's not a rock," the young Genin disagreed with annoyance. "Then what is it?" he asked curiously. Naruto opened his mouth to answer and then snapped it close. "How old are you?" he asked Genma suspiciously a second later. "Siko-san is obviously old enough, but I'm not sure about you." "Old enough for what?" the brown-haired ninja asked confusedly. He pointed at Hayate. "And he's younger than me, anyway." "Really?" The blonde made a double take before scratching the back of his head. "Well, how old are you then?" A somewhat uneasy cough followed before Hayate's answer. 23. Silence descended on the group as the young Genin scrunched up his face in concentration. He held up his fingers and wriggled them a little in the usual motions of someone making a count. Then he nodded. "All right. You're definitely old enough to know the law then. You're like 3 years older than Irika, even." He smiled conspiratorially and leaned a little towards the two. "Listen up, okay?" An hour later, Naruto was holding his sparkling new materia in tight fingers, marveling at its bright blue color. Genma and Hayate were both looking at him interestedly, together with the ANBU who had checked on him when he had carved the sphere out of the wall of Konoha. He was apparently the seal expert of the team on patrol duty that day, and after taking a look at the stonework, he had deemed it acceptable for Naruto to chisel around it, under his supervision, of course. The young Genin let out an excited breath before raising his arm, pointed it in the general direction of a lonely bush nearby and called up Chakra. 10 long seconds passed with no visible effect whatsoever. Not even the usual circle of green light appeared around him. "Okay," Genma commented eventually. "A bit less impressive than the bolt of lightning falling from the sky, but dash." "Shut up, Senbon guy," Naruto shouted in irritation, finally lowering his arm and turning toward them. "I'm trying to focus." It was instantaneous the other time, though, the brown-haired ninja continued with a smirk. He liked to ruffle the brat's feathers just that tiny bit. Maybe this is just a rock. Nothing else. It's not. It's blue and you can't see that. That means this is a materia. Maybe it needs more chakra, Hate suggested calmly. I already tried to use 10 times the amount I use for the other one, the blonde informed them frustrated. The sick-looking shinobi seemed to think it over for a second. Then it's possible that it just works differently. The fact it's blue, unlike the two you already have, could entail that. The ANBU took a step forward, looking very formal as he spoke. If I may, he asked quietly, deep voice coming muffled from behind his hawk mask. In ANBU, blue means support. When a member of the team has a stripe of such color on the shoulder, it means support is his primary task or even specialization. He paused for a moment before resuming. Although green indicates advanced medic abilities and not offensive power as it would seem for your Thai stones. Still, you could be right, Genma said thoughtfully. Support, huh? Naruto asked doubtfully, looking down at the sphere in his hand. Maybe. You could try to use it together with the other one, the brown-haired ninja suggested. It's possible it's meant to enhance other materia's powers or something. The blonde genin looked ecstatic at that. He quickly fished inside his pocket and pulled out the other, identical, to the three jounin's eyes, stone. He raised both his arms above his head and green light immediately rose in a circle around him. When the lightning struck the ground, it left the usual scorched mark on the dry soil. It looked pretty much the same to me, Naruto said disappointed. You could try different things as well, Genma ventured, smirking again. I don't know, like rubbing them together quickly or saying magic words all the while. That earned him a light glare from the blonde. He looked pensive after a moment. What if? He said quietly, turning around again and stretching his hands forward. Then he paired the two materia, making them touch one another, and instantly he was aware of something new, something he hadn't even thought about before, and that he now knew was perfectly possible. He could attack multiple targets. That was it, he thought excitedly. That was the enhancement the blue materia provided. He tried to pull it away from the green one, and it was like the ability of hitting different spots disappeared from his own mind. He smiled brightly at that, turning towards the other ninja as if to share that moment of understanding, but the three were still looking at him expectantly. His grin turning wolfish, Naruto once again paired the materia together and called up Chakra. Immediately, green light rose from the ground around him and thunder rumbled ahead, this time much more prolonged than usual. The shower of lightning that followed left him positively open-mouthed. He counted 6 bolts, but could have missed one considering how close and quick they had struck the ground. Looking down at the scorched marks once the ruckus had passed, he confirmed their number. 6. 6 bolts of lightning had fallen from the sky. Holy shit, Genma commented in an impressed tone. Naruto smiled. Holy shit seemed really appropriate, he thought as he peered down at the blue sphere in his hand. He was already in love with this all materia. It was early afternoon in Konoha and Team 7 was just filing inside the Hokage tower to report about their mission. After climbing 3 flights of stairs, they entered the mission assignment room and checked in at the frontal desk. Mission accomplished, Kakashi said simply, handing over the paperwork. Thank you, Irika said, directing a small smile to his former students. How's Genin life treating you? Irika-sensei. Naruto greeted loudly. Missions are so boring. The man actually sighed. Yeah, I get that a lot at this desk. Why do you work here, sensei? Sakura asked hesitantly. What about the academy? Unfortunately, being a teacher doesn't pay as much as I'd like, Irika answered with a flippant smile. Working part-time here helps me with the bills. Naruto commented. I hope the pay is better than what we get. The Chunin just smirked mysteriously. So, how was the mission? He asked, looking at the paperwork. He flashed a grin. Other than boring, I mean. The blonde genin prattled on about it for some minutes while the man worked. He told him pretty much everything about the store they had to work at, only leaving out Kakashi's usual mind games and their following mental trip. He couldn't tell Irika how they always panicked whenever the jounin uttered one of his cryptic, multi-interpretable sentences. Either the man was sadistic or they were MCSS, Naruto couldn't tell yet. Before the actual D-rank started, after a comment thrown in almost casually by the Jounin, they had ended up questioning whether the mission was to be taken completely seriously or as a training stage of sorts. Sticking to their strengths and performing as best as they could or using the assignment as a chance to improve where they lacked. In the end they chose the former, when Naruto eventually sided with Sakura, but they didn't know whether it was the right choice or not. Anyway, the blonde was still convinced they were simply overthinking it. Okay, Irika finally said, pushing the paperwork towards the silver-haired Jounin. If you would sign this, Kakashi-san? The man did as told. Thank you. Now, the Chunin started, taking the paperwork back and stashing it inside a drawer. Would you like another mission or dash? Nope. We're done for today, the Jounin interrupted with a creepy smile. It's time for some training now. His Genin exchanged some meaningful glances before shrugging. Sasuke snorted, shaking his head. That was probably the only hint they would get about the decision of the precedent mission, but at least it sounded like a positive response. They exited the Hokage Tower and ran to their usual training ground, where they started with some individual sparring and then continued with an all versus Kakashi session. The fight had just begun when it happened. Naruto was sneaking silently from tree to tree, moving to get to his designed spot, when a surprising set of memories flowed into his brain. He almost gave away his position with a gasp, but managed to suppress it enough to go unnoticed. He blinked his eyes owlishly before smiling happily. The Kage Bunshin of his had just dispelled himself. It was the one stationed outside the Golden Dragon. After almost 2 weeks, Tenten had come back. The rest of the training session ticked ever so slowly to an end. Naruto bade a hasty goodbye and ran away, leaving his baffled team behind. He didn't even ask Sakura out or challenge Sasuke to a match. He was simply too eager to get to the girl's hideout. A few minutes later, he was finally standing in the dark alley of the commercial district, trying to recall how exactly the secret passage opened. He found the spot soon and fumbled a little with the stone he knew controlled the mechanism. When he couldn't get it to do anything, the blonde tried knocking and whistling quietly, and a few seconds later the familiar flight of stairs appeared in front of him. Get in, quick! A voice from the room below urged him, and he complied immediately. He heard the passage closing behind him and jumped down the last few steps with some trepidation. Hello. Hello, Naruto. Tenten greeted him back, pressing a switch on the left wall. There was a click from up the staircase and then silence. I found your clone outside a few hours ago. I'm guessing he relayed the message. The young blonde nodded. Something like that? You told him my things were almost ready. Yeah, the girl agreed with a smile. She gestured to the large work table near the furnace. There they are. Why don't you try them on? Naruto shot to the indicated spot like an arrow, his eyes shining with excitement. Scanning avidly the wooden surface, he soon found what he was looking for, 2 long, wide armbands, completely black but for some vertical gray stripes. They reminded him of some light pieces of armor he'd seen in some academy books, or sometimes on older ninja. These were different though, for there seemed to be small round slots, 4 in each armband, placed in pair on 2 sides. The blonde took them almost reverently, and after a quick look at Tenten, started putting them on. Using armbands as holsters seemed the best solution to me, the girl commented while Naruto adjusted the first one. They make contact with your skin directly so as to better channel the chakra coming out of your tenketsu points. They're easily concealable under long sleeves and easily accessible should you need to put or take off a materia quickly. Wow, the blonde said simply once he was done. The holsters fit perfectly and were cool on his skin. He tried to equip his lightning materia in one of the slots of the right armband and it only took a small push to get it in. There was a quiet click and the stone stuck to the piece of armor. When Naruto tried swinging his arm wildly, the materia stayed firmly in place. He beamed up at Tenten. They're perfect, he declared happily. Thank you so much. The girl smiled and nodded. You're welcome. It took me only a week to do most of the work, and I would have given them to you before the deadline if it weren't for the long mission I was assigned to. Yeah, my clone told me, he said with a dismissive wave of his hand. He looked around timidly. Do you want to try the jutsu? Tenten asked with a knowing smile. She gestured at the huge anvil beside the table. Go on. Be my guest. What if I destroy it like the blade, the wakizashi? The blonde asked almost with an apologetic tone. Don't worry about that. This anvil isn't made of normal steel like most. It was created appositely to bear destructive chakra without problem, and it did so for almost a century now. The brunette smiled again when Naruto still looked hesitant. Really, there's no need to worry. Work your magic. The young boy chuckled slightly at that, before facing the anvil directly. He glanced at his right holster once and then called up power like he always did when he held the materia in his hand. Green light seeped through the cracks in the pavement in a circle, and a second later a bolt of lightning came crashing down from above. After it had dissipated, Naruto checked the anvil for damage but didn't find any. It worked perfectly, I think, Tenten commented satisfied, albeit a bit shocked by the boy's jutsu. Was that badass, even more than the ice technique he had showed her before. She blinked at the stone in the holster. Am I wrong, or did it get bigger? It's possible. I warned you about that, right? Naruto gave the materia a few tentative tugs, but it didn't move. Still perfectly locked in though. This is great. They will help me so much in a fight. Good. By the way, I discovered something while I worked on them, the girl said suddenly. She walked up to the cabinet of weapons and opened it, pulling out Naruto's ice materia from it. The boy accepted it gratefully and equipped it in the first slot of the left armband. What's that? I was still thinking about how to proceed when I started wondering, she said quickly, almost eagerly. What if by putting the materia at arm level, it would be damaged during a fight? Arms are often used to parry blows, and there are ninja out there capable to crush stones with their fingers. Naruto looked down at his holsters in horror, thinking about the possibility of losing one of his beloved materia. Tenten ignored him and went on with his explanation. So I ran some tests. It turns out your magic stones are tougher than they look. The blonde blinked curiously. How much tougher? Let's just say I advise you to always parry with them. The girl smiled amusedly. My best sword couldn't even scratch the one you gave me when I tried. Naruto looked at his materia with renewed awe. Wow. After that discover, I put some additional protections around the slots in the armbands so as to better let you absorb eventual blows, she continued proudly. I did a DMN good job, if I can say so myself. You will probably be able to sustain anything this side of a chakra weapon. This is incredible, the blonde Genin shouted happily. It's way better than I ever hoped. He stopped for a moment as if suddenly remembering something. Oh, wait a minute. Tenten watched curiously as the boy pulled out another materia from his right pocket. He immediately put it in the slot next to the one already equipped and blinked. There's a problem. The young kunoichi furrowed her brow. What problem? This materia, he said. It probably looks the same as the others to you, but it's blue instead of green. Its power is different from those I showed you. What does it do? The girl asked curiously. Nothing in and of itself, Naruto explained. But if it's paired with a green one, it enables me to hit up to 6 objectives at the same time, although it only works once and then I have to wait a few minutes to do it again. I call it all materia. And how do you know it doesn't work? She wanted to know. You didn't even try it. I know because when I let it touch my other materia, it's like the possibility of targeting multiple objectives suddenly appears in my mind, he recited clearly, sounding to Tenten like he had rehearsed the little speech before. And now it doesn't. He pulled the stone in question out of the slot and rubbed it against the others, one at a time. He nodded. Yep. It works like this. Now I know I can produce 6 bolts. He then took the ice materia out of the other armband and tried to connect them all together. Pity. It seems only one green materia gets the enhancement at a time. Well, okay. Tenten thought about it for a long second and then hummed non-committally, reaching for a stripe of cloth on the work table. She walked up to Naruto, grabbed his arm unceremoniously, and then applied the fabric loosely on the lightning materia in the slot. This is IWA paper, remember? It's the chakra conductive material I used in strategic parts of the holsters. Try to see if your all materia connects through it. Naruto complied, bringing the blue stone up to the other end of the stripe of cloth. It worked, much to his delight, and he told her so. But it would be stupid to create new armbands only because of this little hitch, she explained then. It's much easier to adjust them. Take them off and I'll connect the slots in a heartbeat. The blonde shifted from one foot to the other, looking apologetic. I'm sorry about this. He started a bit lamely, but Ten interrupted him. What about? It's normal to have to apply some modifications when you work on something custom-made, she reassured him. He handed her the holsters after a moment of hesitation and she immediately went to work. Make yourself comfortable while you wait, unless you prefer to come back later. I'll wait, Naruto said immediately. Thank you. No problem, she replied with a wide smile. You said in pair, right? It took her an hour to finish the job, but in the end it was perfect. He put the armbands on again and thanked her profusely. She laughed when he said he would kick even more but now, and she agreed with him. He bade her goodbye after paying her 10,000 Rio with the promise to come back some other time to restock his weaponry, which was badly in need of an upgrade. While he exited the Golden Dragon, Ten smiled proudly. Her very first customer had left completely satisfied. And she was as well. Hatake Kakashi moved nimbly through the forest, invisible and silent as a shadow despite the afternoon sun. A few feet from him, unaware of his presence, Naruto continued walking east in a straight line, mostly. The Jounin was more than a little curious, aside from mad. The blonde had finally been able to get assigned a more difficult mission thanks to his whining, and now he practically ditched it to do who knows what. For the second time. Of course, it was a simple C rank, escorting an old man to the wave country, nothing fancy, but the boy had seemed happy to get out of Konoha to do something different. Something was up, Kakashi thought, but he really didn't know what it was. A few hours back, Naruto had used Kawarimi to swap with one of his clones and had left their group secretly. The Jounin had noticed, of course, but attributed the thing to bowel problems. The boy was probably too embarrassed to ask for a bathroom break, he had said to himself, making a point to talk to him privately about it. But Naruto's absence had lasted much longer than any bathroom break ever should. He had come back an hour and a half later, swapping with the clone who had replaced him and looking no different than when he had left. The second time it happened, Kakashi reined on his instincts, and just followed the boy instead of gutting him. He left a Kagebunshin to impersonate him like his student had done and went after him. Leaves brushed against him as he passed by, always making sure to stay leeward. He didn't want to take any chances considering Naruto's stronger than most sense of smell. He already had to dodge some of his clones earlier, which proved more difficult than he thought. But he had been the one to tell the blonde to create them and the one to explain how they should have positioned, so he wasn't really surprised. It was funny how the boy had taken advantage of his order. He had used one of those clones to pull off both Kawarimi stunts. Naruto seemed to know exactly where he was going, only straying from his path when hindrances got in the way. Half an hour had passed, though, and it still didn't look like they were going to stop soon. Kakashi was wondering whether to put an end to this irritating business when Naruto finally stopped. He was standing right under a tall tree and looking down with searching eyes. He circled the big trunk once before returning to his original spot. Maybe he finally decided this was the right spot to pee or poop, the Jounin thought with some amusement from a tree branch nearby, and waited impatiently for something to happen. The blonde crouched down and started digging around the tree's roots. The hole was probably a foot deep when he gasped. A happy shout escaped the boy's lips then, and a few seconds later he had finished moving dirt and had dug up something. Kakashi blinked for a moment before finally understanding. What he recognized as a materia was now in Naruto's hands. It was covered in dirt, but it couldn't have been anything else. The Jounin smiled. This was the perfect chance for what he had never been able to do in the 5 months as Team 7 Sensei. He quickly uncovered his Sharingan and took a good look at the stone in Naruto's hands while he dusted it off. He wasn't surprised when the Jujutsu picked up the materia's real color, bright green, unlike his normal eye. Apart from that, though, the sphere looked pretty much the same. Admittedly, he had thought that with the Sharingan he would have seen something else, maybe even power swirling inside the stone, but it wasn't the case. As the blonde rolled up the right sleeve of his orange jumpsuit where Kakashi knew he kept his materia, he was surprised to see also a blue sphere among two green ones. The Jounin nodded, satisfied with what he had discovered. He was about to cover his enhanced eye when green light flashed around the boy, the telltale sign he was about to use his weird weapons. A split of a second later, a large ball of fire roared into existence underneath a small bush nearby, apparently the selected target. Leaves and twigs burned to ash instantly, and all around in a circle, blades of grass caught on fire. Although the Sharingan registered every movement, Kakashi instinctively knew he couldn't reproduce Naruto's jutsu. The chakra he had used was unlike anything he had ever seen. Crap! The blonde swore loudly in seeing the flames spread rapidly in multiple directions. He jumped from one place to another, trying to stomp the fire with his shoes. It was a pathetic attempt and, of course, it wasn't working. Planning to burn down the whole forest? Kakashi asked while rapidly making seals, his left eye once again concealed under the head protector. Water cascaded down to the ground, putting out the fire and drenching the boy. "Say, sensei," the Genin sputtered both because of the water and the surprise. "How long have you been there?" Kakashi jumped down from his branch, sporting his most bored look. "Since you switched place with your clone, of course," he said with a shrug. He smiled slightly at Naruto's look of surprise. "What, you thought I wouldn't notice? You only got away the first time because I thought you just needed to pee." "Why would I sneak away to pee?" the blonde asked, honestly confused. The Jounin was about to answer but then just shut his mouth. As a matter of fact, the idea of Naruto, of all people, being embarrassed of something like peeing sounded absurd now. "Whatever," the silver-haired man said dismissingly. "So, your real intention was to take one of these materia of yours, huh? At least now all that secrecy is explained, considering your desire to keep the rest of the team unaware of your materia. Nice power, by the way. You might want to learn a Suiton ninjutsu, though, in case of things going hot." The boy's face reddened slightly. "I had everything under control." I noticed," Kakashi agreed amiably. "Hey, you could teach me that jutsu," the blonde said then eagerly. "You promised us we would get up to 2 technique this month. Don't you have another materia, a water-based one or something?" He ventured, thinking about the blue one he had caught a glimpse of. As the Genin shook his head, he resumed. "What about the one you took before? I assume the first side trip led to that as well, right?" Naruto's expression turned surprised and then sour. "That one's not water-based." Kakashi blinked at his student's sudden gloom. "What does it do?" "I don't know, okay?" he snapped irritably. He rolled up his left sleeve and practically glared at the only materia in the armband. "You couldn't get it to work?" the Jounin asked curiously. "No, it worked as usual," the boy explained with a sigh, looking down with a frown. "I just couldn't see any effect. It seems useless." "Do you?" the silver-haired man started, gesturing vaguely at himself. "Do you want me to take a look at it?" The blonde glanced up at his sensei, uncertain. "Do you think you can figure it out?" The other shrugged. "It won't hurt to try, right?" Naruto seemed to think about it for a few seconds before agreeing. He turned to an unharmed bush to his left and the Jounin mimicked him. The usual green light around him followed, and then a shower of what looked like green sparks fell on the designated target, while an actually nice jingle of bells resonated around. Kakashi's eyebrows went up. "I tried to use it on a clone too, but nothing happened," the Genin explained as if to justify himself. "You know," the Jounin started with a speculating tone, "I think I recognize the chakra. It felt similar to a jutsu I know." He pulled out a kunai from his pouch and slashed his left hand with a swift movement. Blood started seeping out of the cut and to the still wet grass below. "Try it on me now." Naruto nodded, thinking he understood where the man was going. He called up power and, like before, a tinkling sound preceded the rain of sparks. The slash on Kakashi's hand healed up under their eyes. A second later, there was no trace it had ever been there. "Cool," the blonde Genin cheered, now smiling. "Useful," the Jounin agreed, very impressed. "How did you know it would have done that?" "Like I told you, I felt it," the silver-haired man repeated. Every type of chakra has a different feel to it, both based on the user and the use you make of it. With a good predisposition or enough training, every ninja can be able to tell the differences. It's also handy if you're trying to track down a chakra signature or a genjutsu. The more you train, the more distant you'll be able to sense it. Seems like what I do with a materia, Naruto said thoughtfully, looking down at his left armband. That's how I found this one. I sensed its presence. He grinned suddenly. Well, my clones did. Making them spread out like you told me was a great idea. Kakashi rolled his eyes. Moving on to more important stuff, let's have a little chat while we go back to the team. The blonde blinked quizzically, already falling into step beside his sensei. What about? Oh, I don't know, maybe about you ditching the mission for hours, the Jounin proposed sweetly. How about that? The Genin laughed nervously. Sorry. Is there a logical reason why you couldn't just send a bunch in after the materia rather than going yourself? Kakashi wanted to know, now more seriously. From your words, it sounds like they can find them too. Well, yes, they can, Naruto admitted with a wince. It's just that I like doing this kind of things myself. Relying on my clones seems just wrong. The Jounin glanced sideways at him. That's somewhat commendable and really stupid. Hey, what's the use of having a large number of Kage Bunshin if you don't let them handle things when you're busy elsewhere? Kakashi questioned with a shake of his head. Especially things like venturing alone in an unknown forest, just to pick something up. I came after you myself only because I didn't know what you were doing and I knew my clone could take care of anything this mission sent his way. You can use the Kage Bunshin no Jutsu? The blonde asked in surprise. What, you thought I had left the rest of the team by themselves? The man raised a silver eyebrow. Of course I can use that jutsu. Well, he amended, I can't spam hundreds of clones like you do, but I have no problem up to a dozen. Naruto smirked smugly at that and opened his mouth to brag about it, but was interrupted by his sensei. Save it, he said, rolling his eyes. Anyway, the point is you're not getting the priorities right, he explained, counting on his fingers. First comes the team's safety, then the mission, and only finally materia or other such things. The blonde looked embarrassed now, while scratching the back of his head self-consciously. Yeah, you're right. That drunkard was getting on my nerves, though, he whined defensively. Nice fellow, huh? Kakashi chuckled. He's the client, though, and our mission is to escort him to his home. You can't disregard it like that. I know, Naruto said sullenly. He nodded after a moment. I promise I won't do that again. I'll protect that old man no matter what. Kakashi smiled at his student's usual enthusiasm and patted him lightly on the back. Come on now. Let's hurry to the others. A little running won't hurt you. Naruto followed the man diligently, and as they sped past tall trees and colorful plants, he couldn't help but feel content. The Jounin had been more tolerant than he thought, and forthright for once. He had spoken up his mind without hidden meanings or mysterious sentences, making it clear what he wanted from him. Also, the request wasn't really unreasonable, so he would just have to put his mind at rest and let his clones handle any materia, sighting. Once again Kakashi managed to beat some sense into you, the Kyuubi said suddenly. Although without an actual beating it's way less funny. Oh, shut up, the Genin sent back through their mental link. He also found out what the other materia did, the Bijou continued, sounding impressed. What do you want to call it? Oh, let me guess. Heal materia? He snorted. You really have no imagination? What do you suggest then, smartass? The Jinchuriki fired back, scowling behind Kakashi. There was a moment of silence before the eventual answer. I'll think of something. It was Naruto's time to snort now. Okay then, the demon resumed with an annoyed huff. How about restore materia? It fits, and it's different from your usual uninspired names. I don't like it, the blonde said a little petulantly. Too bad for you then, was the snooty reply. It's already decided. Naruto pouted slightly but didn't protest any further. It took another 30 minutes to get back to the team, and when they did, Kakashi simply walked up to them, his student in tow. The boy stepped on the road a little subdued, not really looking back at the rest of his team. You told them about us? The original Jounin asked his copy, noticing how no one was surprised or wary. As soon as I sensed you, was the reply. That said, the clone disappeared with a puff of smoke. What's going on? Sasuke wanted to know, and behind him Sakura nodded her head. Nothing much, Kakashi said with a shrug. Naruto was too embarrassed to let us know he had to pee and sneaked away. Don't give him too hard a time for it. What? The blonde sputtered indignantly. It's not true. Sakura shifted her eyes from him to their sensei and back. What happened then? It was. The young boy started slowly, not really knowing what excuse to make up. Okay, it's true. I had to pee. The girl just shook her head then, rolling her eyes. Sasuke, instead, stared suspiciously at Naruto. A little sissy dressing as a ninja. Tazuna commented with a snort. He took a swig from his bottle and wiped his mouth with a sleeve. Ridiculous. The blonde gritted his teeth angrily, but Kakashi finally showed he was capable of some sympathy. Let's move on, shall we? He said quietly, his one-eyed smile directed at everyone. It's still the first day and we already wasted a lot of time. I don't want to be stuck with you guys 24/7 any longer than necessary. Pretty much everyone else grumbled their agreement and started marching down the dirty road again. Another hour passed before it happened. Naruto was walking in front of everyone, not really thinking about anything, when a sharp metal sound made him turn around only to see two dark-haired ninja who had apparently rose out of a puddle behind them. They wore a large metal gauntlet each, and from it a long chain started, connecting them to one another. Its metal links were now wrapped around Kakashi. What? The surprised Jounin could only say. One down, was the simple answer by one of the newcomers. Then he and his companion yanked hard the ends of their chain, and what had once been Team 7 Sensei was shredded to pieces. There had been no time to do anything, everyone was so surprised. Naruto could only stare in shock at the flying body parts falling to the ground. Jump! The demonic shout inside his head practically bypassed his brain and went straight to the body. The blonde instinctively leaped backwards right as the two attackers tried to trap him with their weapon. At that point, multiple things happened at the same time. The nearest Naruto clones all charged the two shinobi at once. Sasuke, jumping high in the air and throwing a single kunai, stuck the offending metal chain to a nearby tree, and the original Naruto finally got out of his half-stupor and narrowed his eyes in anger. With the image of the dismembered Kakashi still in mind, he watched as Sasuke kicked both enemy ninja in the head before shouting at the top of his lungs. Thunder! A second later, after green light had shone all around him, twin bolts of lightning hit the metal chain, on both sides of the tree to which it was still stuck. A powerful electric wave ran visibly through the links, but only one ninja was electrocuted, for the other had used a device in the gauntlet to free himself a split of a second before it was too late. While his companion dropped to the ground still twitching, he shot menacingly towards Tazuna and Sakura protecting him. He was probably 2 feet away when the clones reached him. They closed in on him from different directions, 5 first and 4 more a couple of seconds later. One jumped right in front of the extended gauntlet and managed to deflect it at the cost of dying, while the others either tried to hit the man or to pin him down. After a few seconds of struggling, the ninja fell under the overwhelming number of bodies and was then beat to unconsciousness. Silence descended all around as the 5 remaining Kagebunshin got off the knocked-out shinobi, panting. Sasuke kneeled by the other ninja, checking his pulse for any vital signs. Sakura, instead, was still frozen in place, holding her kunai up with a frightened expression on her face, while behind her, Tazuna trembled visibly as he reached for his bottle of courage. Naruto was looking at the felled enemies in a mix of grim satisfaction, confusion and pain. Then a voice resonated from above. Didn't think it'd go this well. Everyone stared as Hatake Kakashi jumped down from a tree branch, landing beside Sasuke. Sensei! Naruto, his clones and Sakura all shouted in shock. The young Uchiha only sighed in relief, glancing at the logs lying where the Jounin had supposedly died. He shook his head. Kawarimi, he said, and the others turned to look at the wooden objects nearby. Kage Bunshin kept on arriving on the scene, alerted by the memories of their fellow clones dispelled during the fight, and they goggled at Kakashi before realizing what had happened. In the meantime, the silver-haired man was picking up the electrocuted ninja, putting him over his right shoulder and walking up to the large tree he had used to hide himself. "These two," he said, pausing as he dropped his heavy package off, "are Kirigakure Chunin. They're known to continue fighting no matter what. You guys did a good job with them." "Hell yeah." One of the Kage Bunshin who had participated in the fight agreed loudly. "Sasuke, you were the quickest to react to the attack, and you immediately disposed of their most dangerous weapon, while avoiding their poison gauntlets," he praised, going back to take the other ninja. "Naruto, I commend you for coming up with the idea of electrocution on the spot. Thinking on your feet is incredibly important for a shinobi. The way you took advantage of Sasuke's doing was perfect proof of it." Naruto smiled, half sheepish and half amused. "Actually, I've played with the idea of using my lightning jutsu like that for quite some time now. Only, in my head, the whole thing involved Sasuke and his metal wire." Sasuke snorted. "Like I would fall for that." Nevertheless, Kakashi resumed quickly, before the discussion could degenerate into a brawl. "It was a good move and it put one of the Chunin out of the game. Your clones fought well too." Loud whoops rose from the bunch of Kage Bunshin. And last but not least Sakura, the Jounin finished as he put down the other Kirigakure ninja as well. He pulled out a thick rope from one of his pouches and started tying the two enemies at the tree trunk. "You got ready to protect the client from eventual attacks. They never came thanks to your teammates, but you acted exactly as the mission required." The young Haruno looked down at her feet, without saying anything but not looking particularly proud. "All in all," Kakashi resumed with his trademark smile, "you exceeded my expectations. I'm so proud I could cry. We totally kicked their butt." Naruto bragged, looking around for approval. While his clones cheered happily, Sasuke couldn't contain a small smile. "Yeah," he agreed, still keeping his cool. Unexpectedly, Tazuna stepped in as well. "Yeah, you were great," the bridge builder said excitedly, and for once he had put his sake away. "I really underestimated you guys. You gave me quite a scare, though, Kakashi-san. Pretending to die like that." "Right," Naruto said, looking like he had just remembered it. "Why did you do that?" The Jounin straightened up, having just finished securing the unconscious prisoners. He turned to his team and Tazuna. "I needed to know something," he said simply, gesturing vaguely at the puddle behind them where the two Kirigakure Chunin had hidden. "I knew there was going to be an attack. There's not going to be a puddle after such a sunny day. But I wanted to know who they were really after." He faced the old client directly. "Tazuna-san, Sasuke and Naruto were clearly the biggest threat in this fight, but the last Chunin standing went after you in the end." His expression hardened under the black mask. "Why is that?" The bridge builder flinched under the other's gaze. He then sighed tiredly. "It's time to tell you the whole truth then," he said quietly. "You're right, Kakashi-san. Those two ninja were most certainly after me. There's a really dangerous man who wants me dead, and I'm not surprised he finally relied to professionals for that. You have probably heard of him, Gatu?" "Gatu?" the Jounin repeated incredulously. "From the Gatu company? He's said to be one of the wealthiest men in the world." "Yes," Tazuna confirmed. "Officially, he's the owner of a shipping company, but secretly he's what most would describe as a crime lord. He controls the drag market and deals in many other illegal objects. He uses ninja and gang members to take over businesses or entire countries. Unfortunately, he recently set his eyes on the land of waves. In a few months, he took over our shipping industry through money and violence, quickly gaining a monopoly on all business traffic in the country." Naruto looked around at the others with a lost expression on his face, not really getting the long explanation. He tried to conceal his confusion when it seemed like the others were able to follow Tazuna's story, but couldn't help but feel left out. "The only thing he has to fear now is the completion of the bridge," the old man finished grimly. "I see," Sakura suddenly said. "Since you're building the bridge, you're in the way." Tazuna nodded. "I couldn't tell your Hokage all this. You must understand that the wave country is very poor. We only had money enough to pay for a C-rank mission even though we knew that what we needed was a B rank, so of course I had to leave out these pieces of information. He lowered his head at that point, his wooden hat covering his eyes. I'm sorry. Kakashi waited a moment before answering. Well, at least you came clean, he said flippantly before turning to his genin. Now, kids, let me lay out the situation to you. Considering the latest discovery, we're not bound to the contract anymore, so we could simply turn our back to the dishonest client and head home, and here Tazuna paled considerably, or we could help the old man out and continue the mission, knowing we risk facing enemy ninja, probably stronger ones. Then those two. You did well up to now, but the choice is up to you. Finally something he understood, Naruto thought. I said I'd protect the old man and I never go back on my words. That's my ninja way, he said vehemently. Let's continue the mission. All his clones voiced their assent loudly, and Kakashi turned to the other members of Team 7 questioningly. Sakura nodded her head after seeing Sasuke do the same. All right, it's decided then, the Jounin said, and Tazuna let out a relieved sigh. Let's proceed to the land of Wave.